surrendering democratic principles to the cult of personality. One was a monarch in England, and the other were the flags I saw all over our Capitol, including in the hallways and in this room,
Thank you,
to
buddy.
a single person named Donald Trump. The sad difference between these two times is one was yet another nation in the history of our country that tried to challenge the United States of America. But this time, we brought this hell upon ourselves.
Where's my shit?
My colleague from Texas said that this was a moment where there were unprecedented allegations of voter fraud. Yes, that is true.
Where's my chat and shit?
They were unprecedented when the president, before the election even happened, said, if I lose this election, then the election was rigged. That's unprecedented. It's unprecedented before the night of the voting even the counting of the vote was even done that he called it rigged.
Corey.
And it's unprecedented that he's fanning the flames of conspiracy theory to create a smokescreen in this nation.
Damn, dude, this is
to cover what he is trying to do, which is undermine our democratic principles. But it's not just that. The shame of this day is being aided and abetted by good Americans who are falling prey, who are choosing Trump over truth, who are surrendering to the passion of lies as opposed to standing up and speaking truth to power, who are trying to fundraise off of the shame of conspiracy theories as opposed to doing the incalculably valuable,
shut the fuck up,
patriotic thing to speak truth to our nation. Our democracy is wounded, and I saw it when I saw pictures of yet another insurgency, of a flag of another group of Americans who tried to challenge our nation. I saw the flag of the Confederacy.
Damn, that's a really good way to frame that. Holy fuck.
What will we do? How will we confront this shame? How will we confront this dark second time in American history?
Dude, this is his 2024 election performance.
That we remember
he knows people are watching.
His words, all I can say is we must in spirit join together like those Georgians on a bridge called the Edmund Pettus who joined hands, who were called threats to our democracy, who were called outrageous epithets when they sought to expand our democracy, to save it and to heal it, when they joined arm in arm and said what we should say now, commit ourselves to that ideal, that together we shall overcome.
That was fucking powerful, dude.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes.
Compared this shit to Kelly Loeffler, that was like, what the hell?
Senator from Nebraska.
Where's my goddamn
Mr. President, thank you. And Mr. Vice President, let me just say before I begin, thank you for the way you have fulfilled your constitutional duties and your oath of office today. It obviously hasn't been easy. Colleagues, today has been ugly. And when I came to the floor this morning, I planned to talk about the lesson of 1801, because I'm kind of a history nerd, and I wanted to celebrate the glories of the peaceful transition of power across our nation's history. It feels a little naive now to talk about ways that American civics might be something that could unite us and bring us back together.
He's gonna shit on Trump.
1801 blew everybody's mind all over the world, by the way.
Sass is like a Paul Ryan kind of guy.
Jefferson,
He's like he really believes in this
Adams
shit.
willingly leaves the executive mansion
like
and moves back to Massachusetts, and Jefferson peacefully assumes power. And people all over Europe said, that must be fake news. Those must be bad reports. There's no way any executive would ever willingly lay down power. And yet Adams, in defeat, did something glorious to give all of us a gift. I wanted to celebrate that, and it feels a little bit harder now. This building has been desecrated. Blood has been spilled in the hallways.
Somebody got shot there.
I was with octogenarian members of this chamber that needed to have troops and police stabilize them to get down the stairs at a time when a lot of our staffs were panicked and under their desks and not knowing what was going to happen to them. It was ugly today. But you know what? It turns out that when something's ugly, talking about beauty isn't just permissible, Talking about beauty is obligatory in a time like that. Why? Why would we talk about beauty?
Dude, this
after
guy's
the
like
ugliness
so
of today?
convincing.
Because our kids need to know that this isn't what America is.
This rhetoric
what
is
happened
fucking
today
queen.
isn't what America is. They've been given a glorious inheritance. This is the 59th presidential election. If the vice president wasn't the chair and if the president pro tem was, I'd have made some joke that Chuck Grassley has voted in 2/3 of those 59 presidential elections.
Can this guy run for
It's
president?
not
Who
as
is
good
this
as
guy?
Dear
God
Dad, but it's still
damn.
got a Grassley laugh. I don't think we want to tell the Americans that come after us that this republic
Forget
is
how
broken,
well people can
that this
speak
is just
after
a
having
banana
Trump and
republic,
Biden.
that our institutions can't be trusted. I don't think we want that. We don't want that in this body. Because it's not true. That's not who we are.
What is happening?
America isn't Hatfield's and McCoy's blood feud forever. America's a union. There's a lot that's broken in this country, but not anything that's so big that the American people can't rebuild it, that freedom and community and entrepreneurial effort and that neighborhoods can't rebuild. Nothing that's broken is so big that we can't fix it. Generations
Dude, this guy just
of
needs to
our
run for president.
forefathers and our foremothers, probably not a word, our ancestors, have spilled blood to defend the glories of this republic. Why would they do that? Because America is the most exceptional nation in the history of the world, and because the Constitution is the greatest political document that's ever been written. Most governments in the past have said might makes right, and we saw some of that.
Okay, maybe he doesn't
nuttery
shit on
today.
Trump.
Might makes right. No, it doesn't. God gives us rights by nature, and government is just our shared project to secure those rights. America has always been about what we choose to do together, the way we reaffirm our constitutional system, where we've got some governmental tasks, and we all in this body could do better at those governmental tasks, but the heart of America is not government. The center of America is not Washington, D.C. The center of America is the neighborhoods where 330 million Americans are raising their kids and trying to put food on the table and trying to love their neighbor. That's the center of America. We're not supposed to be the most important people in America. We're supposed to be servant leaders who try to maintain a framework for ordered liberty so that there's a structure that back home where they live, they can get from the silver frame of structure and order to the golden apple at the center, as Washington would have said it, which is the things that they build together. The places where they coach Little League, the places where they invite people to synagogue or church. Sometimes the big things we do together are governmental, like kicking Hitler's ass or like going to the moon. Sometimes there is governmental stuff, but the heart of America is about places where moms and dads are raising kids, and we're supposed to serve them by maintaining order and by rejecting violence. You can't do big things like that if you hate your neighbors. You can't do big things together as Americans if you think other Americans are the enemy. Look, there's a lot of uncertainty about the future. I get it. There's a lot that does need to be rebuilt. But if you're angry, I want to beg you, don't let the screamers who monetize hate have the final word. Don't let nihilists become your drug dealers. There are some who want to burn it all down. We met some of them today.
Fuck this guy,
but they
but
aren't going to win.
I like this part.
Don't let them be your prophets. Instead, organize, persuade, but most importantly, love your neighbor. Visit the widower down the street who's lonely, no one tell anybody that his wife died and he doesn't have a lot of friends. Shovel somebody's neighbor, shovel somebody's driveway. You can't hate somebody who just shoveled your driveway. The heart of life is about community and neighborhood, and we're supposed to be servant leaders. The constitutional system is still the greatest order for any government ever, and it's our job to steward it and protect it. Let's remember that today when we vote.
Democratic leader.
Illinois, Senator Durbin.
Senator from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In March of 1861, a Springfield lawyer caught a train to Washington. His name was Abraham Lincoln. It wasn't his first trip here. He'd served as a congressman 15 years before, and he returned in the beginning of the Civil War to serve as president. It was a different place than he knew it as congressman. In 15 years, it had changed a lot. The Spriggs boarding house across the street, which is now the Library of Congress, was gone. And this building was changing. Big changes. They're building a dome on the Capitol. But they were also in the earliest days of a war, and President Lincoln was counseled, stop building the dome. It costs too much money and we can't spend any more time on it. And he said, no, we're going to build that dome and we're going to finish it. That dome and this building will be a symbol of this country that will survive this Civil War and come back strong. So they built the dome, they won the war, and since those days, that dome and this building have been...
Sorry, I just got to refresh it every once in a while, because otherwise it'll, like, time out. So just give me 1 second. I'll just put it right back up there. I apologize if you were super riveted by that.
...by the tens of thousands. And if you've ever noticed their tours, they're often shushed. People are saying, show some respect for this building.
I will be right back.
We know this building and the rotunda as a place where some of the greatest American heroes of both political parties lie in state, and we go there to honor them. We know this building because we work here. We enact laws here that change America. We gather for State of the Union messages from presidents and honor the people in the gallery. This is a special place. This is a sacred place. But this sacred place was desecrated by a mob today, on our watch. This temple to democracy was defiled by thugs who roamed the halls and sat in that chair, Mr. Vice President, the one that you vacated at 2:15 this afternoon, sat and posed for pictures, those who were roaming around this chamber. What brought this on? Did this mob spring spontaneously from America? No. This mob was invited to come to Washington on this day by this president for one reason, because he knew the Electoral College vote was going to be counted this day. He wanted this mob to disrupt the constitutional process which we are part of. This mob was inspired by a president who cannot accept defeat. If you wonder whether I'm going too far in what I say, just read the transcript with the Secretary of State from Georgia and listen to this president's wild conspiracy theories, one after the other, swatted down by that Republican elected official and his attorney as having no basis in fact. This president begs, he coaxes, he even threatens that Secretary of State to find the votes he needs. In any other venue, that would be a simple, obvious crime. The lengths he'll go to are obvious. The Texas senator says to us, well, many people still agree with him, you know, when it gets down to the bottom line. Many people have fallen for this presidential position that it must have been a rigged election if I lost. Well, I would say that after we've lost count, 57 lawsuits, 62 lawsuits, I've heard so many numbers, after 90 different judges, after this president took his case, the best he could put together, to the highest court in the land across the street, where he has personally chosen 3 justices on the Supreme Court, I say to the senator from Texas, you know much more about that court than I do. I don't believe they let that paper that he sent up there even hit the desk before they laughed it out of the court. And that's the best he had to offer. No evidence whatsoever of this rigged election and this fraudulence. The senator from Texas says, we just want to create a little commission. 10 days, we're going to audit all the states, particularly the ones in contention here, and find out what actually occurred. And it really draws its parallel in 1876, Hayes and Tilden. Don't forget what that commission, that so-called political compromise, achieved. It was not just some ordinary governmental commission. It was a commission that killed Reconstruction, that established Jim Crow, that even after a civil war which tore this nation apart, it re-enslaved African Americans. And it was a commission that invited the voter suppression we are still fighting today in America. Let me close by saying this.
Buck.
The vote
God
we're
damn.
going to have here is a clear choice of whether we are going to feed the beast of ignorance or we are going to tell the truth to the American people. We saw that beast today roaming the halls. Let's not invite it back.
Majority Leader.
President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Kansas, Senator Marshall.
Senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Freedom of speech and the freedom to protest are provided in our Constitution. And while I share the same frustrations many Americans have over the presidential election, the violence and mob rule which occurred at the U.S. Capitol today and across the country over the past year are unacceptable, and I condemn them at the highest level. And like all of us in the chamber, I'm thankful for the heroic law enforcement officers who worked feverishly to restore order so we get back to the electoral certification process. During my 29-year career as an obstetrician and gynecologist, too often I had to sit down with patients and give them a very bad diagnosis. It might have been a young mother of 3 who I delivered all 3 of her babies, now with metastatic breast cancer, or perhaps another woman with advanced cervical or ovarian cancer, all with a very challenging prognosis. But before I sat down with each one of those patients, I carefully reviewed all their labs, their x-rays, and their pathology to make sure I had the facts straight. But at the end of the day, my final recommendation was always going to be a recommendation from my heart. I want my fellow Kansans and all Americans to know that I've given as much consideration and thought surrounding the issue objecting to a state's electoral college votes as I did considering the treatment plan for a serious health concern. And today's decision, once again, is from my heart. Mr. President, I rise today to restore integrity to our republic. And I rise to join the many of our colleagues who are all concerned for current and future generations. We must restore faith and confidence in one of our republic's most hallowed, patriotic duties, voting. There's no question our U.S. Constitution empowers state legislatures to execute free, legal, and fair elections. Unfortunately, in several states, the clear authority of those state legislatures to determine the rules for voting were usurped by governors, secretaries of states, and activist courts. Our laws and Constitution should always be followed, especially in a time of crisis. I don't rise and undo a state's legally obtained electoral college votes. Rather, I rise in hopes of improving the integrity of the ballot to hold states accountable to the time-proven constitutional system of the Electoral College. This is why I urge the formation of an electoral commission to give constructive suggestions and recommendations that states can make to make our elections once again safe, free, and fair after a year of jarring irregularities. We must and will have a peaceful transition to power. To all my fellow Americans, I have no doubt that our republic can go stronger through this difficult day. May God bless this great republic. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Democratic Leader.
Senator Duckworth.
Senator from Illinois.
President, in 2004, I packed up my rucksack, laced up my boots, and deployed to Iraq. My entire adult life defending our democracy, but I never thought it would be necessary to defend it from an attempted violent overthrow in our nation's own Capitol building. Well, I refuse to let anyone intent on instigating chaos or inciting violence deter me from carrying out my constitutional duties. You know, when my Army buddies and I raised our right hands, when the 45,000 troops in Arizona raised their right hands and swore to protect and defend the Constitution, we did not qualify our oath by saying that we'd follow orders only when the commander-in-chief was someone whose election we were happy with. Just like when every senator in this chamber was sworn into office, we didn't mutter under our breath that we discharge our duties only when it served our political interests or helped us to avoid the wrath of a petty, insecure, wannabe tin pot dictator on the precipice of losing power and relevance. No, there is no ambiguity here. Joe Biden won the election with a record number of votes. Republican officials nationwide confirmed those results, including in Arizona. as has judge after Trump-appointed judge. Even Trump's Attorney General admitted that the United States Department of Justice had not found widespread fraud that would have affected the outcome. Yet still, many of my Republican colleagues are asking us to ignore all of that. With no evidence of their own, they're asking us to ignore court rulings, ignore Republican election officials, and even worse, ignore the will of the people across this vast, great nation. By trying to overturn this election, they are placing more trust in Reddit conspiracy theories over the Constitution.
Jesus fucking Christ,
proving
Charlie Kirk. Oh
that
my
appeasing
God.
Trump is more important to them than protecting the most basic tenet of our republic, the adherence to free and fair elections. There's one thing I know, it's that my troops didn't sign up to defend our democracy in war zones thousands of miles away, only to watch it crumble in these hallowed halls here at home. Yet that is what this effort amounts to, an attempt to subvert our democracy, and in the process, it is threatening what makes America American. Because in this country,
I thought you were talking to me on who are you talking to? On the stream? I can't hear you on the stream.
That is the ideal that this nation is founded upon. That is why a few patriots threw some tea in Boston Harbor, why Washington crossed the Delaware, why suffragists were arrested a century ago, and why my friend John Lewis crossed that bridge in Selma in 1965.
Nope. Okay.
It is why millions spent a Tuesday in November standing in line, braving a pandemic,
Hear myself.
their voices heard.
Fucking joke this guy is.
Listen, this administration has always had an adversarial
fucking
relationship with the truth. Trump always cries conspiracy. Always foments.
All right, there we go. Now you can hear me. It's just so stupid. I swear to God, if you say you can't hear me, I'll be really pissed off.
That here in this country, truth matters. That
I still don't know if you can hear me. No, I'm just fucking scared.
People matters more than the whims of any single powerful.
I assume that. Okay. Well, what I was saying is that they have to continue counting the Congress has to continue counting the ballots.
And I regret.
So,
rucksack to pack for my country.
yeah, that's like what they were supposed to do. That was like the only thing they were supposed to do. Is this bitch about to cry? And they were on like, they did Alabama, then they went to Arizona, and then like while they were debating Arizona, all the shit went down.
All that I'm asking of you is to reflect on the oaths that you have sworn, on the damage done to our union today, and on the sacrifices made by those who've given so much to this nation.
Dude, I like can't make my fucking chat box come back up in the stream, and I have no idea why. The app is so buggy.
To the marchers who bent America's moral arc a bit more towards justice with every single step that they took, every bridge that they crossed, then ask yourself whether the democracy they were willing to bleed for, the country that each of us in this chamber has sworn to defend, is worth damaging in order to protect the porcelain ego of a man who treats the Constitution as if it were little more than a yellowing piece of paper. I think we all know the right answer.
Wonder if they were just like back there, like terrified, like writing their fucking speeches, or if they have people who do that. I wonder if it's common for people to clap too. Well, clapping a lot.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Kentucky.
Does he just pick?
Paul.
Senator
oh boy,
from Kentucky.
Rand Paul.
I wrote a speech for today.
Oh.
I was planning to say that I fear the chaos of establishing a precedent that Congress can overturn elections. Boy, was I right. Chaos, anarchy. The violence today was wrong and un-American. The vote we are about to cast is incredibly important. Now more than ever, the question is, should Congress override the certified results from the states and nullify the states' rights to conduct elections? The vote today is not a protest. The vote today is literally to overturn elections. We've been told that this is a protest. Well, this is about an electoral commission. No, it's not. It's about whether to seat the electors that have been certified by a state. It's not about an electoral commission. It's not about a protest. You can go outside if you want to protest. This is about overturning a state certified election. If you vote to overturn these elections, Wouldn't it be the opposite of what states' rights Republicans have always advocated for? This would doom the Electoral College forever. It was never intended
That'd be pretty badass.
by founders that Congress have the power to overturn state-certified elections. My oath to the Constitution doesn't allow me to disobey the law. I can't vote to overturn the verdict of states. Such a vote would be to overturn everything held dear by those of us who support the rights of states.
This guy.
This great system of federalism.
No
that
wonder
was
his fucking
bequeathed to us
family
by our
hates him so
founders.
much. Jesus
The Electoral
Christ.
College was created to devolve the power of selecting presidential electors to the states. The Electoral College is, without question, an inseparable friend to those who believe that every American across our vast country deserves to be heard. If Congress were to give the power to overturn the state's election, what terrible chaos would ensue every 4 years? Imagine the furor.
You can just literally just be like, no, that was bullshit. That was a bad election.
To overturn states'
This just
electoral
happens.
college
It's so
rights.
absurd.
It's one thing to be angry.
So absurd.
It's another to focus one's anger in constructive ways. That hasn't happened today, to say the least. We simply cannot destroy the Constitution, our laws, and the Electoral College in the process. I hope as the nation's anger cools, we can channel that energy into essential electoral reforms at the state level.
Lost it.
America's admired around the world for our free elections. We absolutely must fix this mess.
Dude, imagine being Donald Trump today, dude. How wild. That guy's really getting to go through a real-ass movie in real life. That's cool as fuck.
Senator from Virginia.
I'm going to order a
President,
pizza.
I think, like most of us, I'm still pretty reeling from what happened today. What I
Do
was
they have
gonna talk
commercials? I
about
need to get
You
water.
want some
the
pizza?
work- the work that
Plain
I'm most proud
cheese,
of since
baby.
I've been here with my good friend Richard Burr and all the members of the Intelligence Committee about a multi-year report we did into foreign interference in our elections.
Hold up.
What is happening?
What the fuck? We've made the decision to remove the PogChamp emote following statements from the face of the emote encouraging further violence. They fucking took our PogChamp from us? They fucking took our PogChamp from us? They what? They did this to us?
This is breaking news.
How the fuck? Why are they always doing this? These incels are always making things worse. First, they came for the simps. Nah, I don't know. No. The incel rule hasn't kicked in just yet, so. All right.
Dude, this is so fucking dumb. Why does Twitch run so poorly?
All right.
Anyone know why Twitch is run so poorly? So they're so out of touch with their community. Like, what the fuck? How hard would it be?
Not our PogChamp. No.
All right, go back to the
What do
fucking
you guys think? You guys like
shit.
that?
Hurry up.
I think that looks good. Now, the dude in the emote is fucking crazy, to be fair. I didn't know that. Wow, really? I mean, I thought it was just the guy's face.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I thought it was just the guy's face too.
Aw. Okay, all right. You know what? Yeah, screw it. I don't even know about the guy. I'll have to learn about the guy a
Our
little more.
top recommendation of that 5-volume bipartisan report was that any
Holy fuck.
official or candidate should use restraint and
Okay, all right. Holy macaroni. Let's see here.
Oh my god.
Gutex says, this is graphic, but it's important for everyone to see this video because we don't know how it will be spun or suppressed. Okay, Capitol Police execute unarmed woman, according to Infowars.com. Wow. Will there be civil unrest for the woman who was executed inside the Capitol today? You cannot be executed when it comes to trespassing and contributing to an insurgency, but whatever. Okay, all right. Will there be civil unrest, or will the MAGA martyr Jesus Christ.
Is that what
yeah,
we're calling her?
Louise. Okay. All right.
Is this the
It's a
PogChamp
shame
guy?
that our little PogChamp here just went full fucking blast insanity here.
Oh, wow, that is him.
MAGA martyr.
What a fucking maniac.
Wow. All right.
MAGA martyr,
Called
wow.
her a martyr. Insane.
Caution when questioning results of our elections. Because when you do so, you often carry out the goals of our foreign adversaries. Use caution because whether knowingly or
Are
unknowingly,
you serious, Quantum Bread?
whether that adversary
Really?
is in Russia or China
Are
or
you saying that
Iran,
unironically here?
their goals are pretty simple. They want to make it appear to Americans, to folks around the world, to their own people, that there's nothing special about American democracy.
Do you guys seriously think that the reason that we're not
Oh my
talking
God.
more about the person who was killed is because she was white? I mean, how insane and just how much as your brain have to be consumed by worms for you to be thinking about this from a racial angle at a time like this? This woman contributed to an attack on Congress. She broke into the fucking Capitol building. Yeah, it's a real big surprise that more people weren't killed in the process of attacking the Capitol of the United States of America.
Good point.
And you're out here trying to fucking stir up racial nonsense. Get the fuck out of here, Tussy
Good.
Pops. And who's the other fucking person going on about that?
Good point.
Quantum Brett, since you're a subscriber, we'll let it slide once.
I was going to try in a feeble way to maybe reach some of the rhetorical heights of Ben Saxon. I knew I couldn't do that. So instead, I know I'm violating rules here. Today's the day for violating rules. So this is a photo that appears today on one of the most prominent German newspapers.
What's happening?
You don't need it. You can draw up photos from any newspaper or any television feed anywhere across the world. And what is this photo of? It's of thugs. Thugs. In the halls of this Capitol.
Dude, thug really doesn't mean black people to them. Thug really just means like
Democracy.
mean person.
When you look at those images, realize
Huh.
those images are priceless for our adversaries. God willing, tonight, in an overwhelming way, we're going to take a small step in a bipartisan way to start restoring that trust of our people and hopefully the billions of people around the world who believe in that notion of American democracy. But remember, these images will still endure. I yield back.
Majority Leader.
All right, let's fucking get to it. Why the fuck do
I'll
they...
yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Missouri, Senator Hawley.
Senator from Missouri.
How do they even do this? Are they like passing around pieces of paper or something?
This man who has done perhaps more than anyone else in the Senate.
This evening by saying thank you.
Dude, this guy looks like a fucking drawing of a superhero.
The unarmed, the National Guardsmen, the Metropolitan Police, and others who came to this Capitol, who put their lives on the line to protect everyone here working inside of it. And I want to thank law enforcement all across this country, in my home state of Missouri and everywhere else who do that day in and day out. And I just want to acknowledge that when it comes to violence, this has been a terrible year in America this last year. We've seen a lot of violence against law enforcement, and today we saw it here in the capital of the United States. And in this country, in the United States of America, we cannot say emphatically enough, violence is not how you achieve change. Violence is not how you achieve something better. The Constitution was built and put into place so that there would be, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, no appeal from ballots to bullets, which is what we saw unfortunately attempted tonight. There is no place for that in the United States of America.
The looting starts, the shooting starts.
What we're doing here tonight is actually very important. Because for those who have concerns about the integrity of our elections, those who have concerns about
Somebody stole a flag that counts as looting, I think.
this is the lawful place where those objections and concerns should be heard. This is the forum that the law provides for, our laws provide for those concerns to be registered, not through violence, not by appealing from ballots to bullets, but here in this lawful process. And so to those who say that this is just a formality today, an antique ceremony that we've engaged in for a couple of hundred years, I can't say that I agree. I can't say that our precedents suggest that.
I hate this man so much. In his own little way, he's more of a fucking snake than Trump, because unlike Trump, he knows better. He's a disgusting man, and this guy is going to be the next man after Trump is gone who makes his shot at implementing fascism in the United States. Josh Hawley is the worst man in America today, apart from Trump himself.
I actually think it's very vital what we do. The opportunity to be
I wonder what the fuck else this guy talks about, because it's been pretty alright.
In this lawful means, peacefully, without violence.
Oh, Josh, this, I think I know who this is.
But Tucker Carlson, I don't think, is after political power.
President, let me just say now briefly, in lieu of
Not yet.
later, a word about Pennsylvania, which is a state that I have been focused on, objected to, as an example of why people are concerned, millions of Americans concerned about our election integrity. The state of Pennsylvania, quite apart from allegations of any fraud, You have a state constitution that has been interpreted for over a century to say that there is no mail-in balloting permitted except for in very narrow circumstances that's also provided for in the law. And yet,
Damn, Romney really back there not trying to die.
passed a whole new law that allows universal mail-in balloting and did it irregardless of what the Pennsylvania Constitution said. And then when Pennsylvania citizens tried to go and be heard on this subject before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, they were dismissed on grounds of procedure, timeliness, in violation of that Supreme Court's own precedent. So the merits of the case have never been heard. The constitutionality of the statute actually has never been defended. I'm not aware of any court that has passed on its constitutionality. Actually, I'm not aware of anybody who's defended the constitutionality. And this was the statute that governed this last election, in which there were over 2.5 million mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. This is my point, that this is the forum. Pennsylvania Supreme Court hasn't heard the case. There's no other court to go to hear the case in the state. And so this is the appropriate place for these concerns to be raised, which is why I have raised them here today. And I hope that this body will not miss the opportunity to take affirmative action to address the concerns of so many millions of Americans, to say to millions of
I'm
Americans.
not watching a reaction video. I'm just watching. I am a reaction video, okay?
But that this body will act to address the concerns of all Americans across the
And honestly, yeah, this guy's kind of a nerd.
We
For
do
sure.
need an investigation into irregularities, fraud. We do need a way forward together. We need election security reforms. I bet my
I
friends.
think he's like a lawyer or something, so I think it's part of his like aesthetic or his branding or whatever.
People from both parties, all walks of life, can have confidence in their elections.
We're gonna be stuck with this guy for a long fucking time, by the way. He's only 39 years old.
And that we can arrange ourselves under the rules.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
I love seeing Mitt Romney just fucking.
Senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Casey.
But also, he's really convincing. He speaks really convincingly.
I rise tonight to defend the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to defend the more than 6.9 million voters.
Or maybe that's just the suit talking. I don't know.
In the strongest possible terms, this attempt to disenfranchise the voters of Pennsylvania based upon a lie, a falsehood. That same lie sowed the seeds of today's violence and today's lawlessness here in the Capitol. One of my constituents, Susan from the Lehigh Valley, the community of our state where Senator Toomey lives, recently wrote to my office and perhaps said it best. She said, and I quote, "We cannot allow anybody to overturn the legal votes of the citizens of Pennsylvania. This would be the ultimate destruction of our democracy," unquote. Susan had it right. We cannot allow anybody, and she put that word in all caps, to overturn the legal votes of the people of our state. Let me address the allegation regarding the Pennsylvania Constitution and the General Assembly. Somehow that the General Assembly didn't have the authority to enact no-excuse mail-in voting, that process for the people of our state. First, the law in question, Act 77, was passed in 2019 and was implemented without any serious question as to its constitutionality. The law was passed by a Republican-controlled General Assembly, House and Senate. It was only after the 2020 election when it became clear that President-elect Joe Biden won in Pennsylvania by a little more than 80,000 votes, did some Republican politicians in our state decide to challenge the constitutionality of the law. Second, Act 77 is plainly constitutional. My colleagues allege that the state constitution requires in-person voting except under limited circumstances. This is not true. While Pennsylvania lays out specific situations in which absentee voting is required, there is no in-person requirement in our state's constitution. The Constitution sets a floor, not a ceiling, for this type of voting. Second, apart from the argument made by my colleague, there's bipartisan agreement across our state, at the local, state, and federal level, that our election was fair, secure, and lawful. On Monday, my colleague...
You're hearing this at 1.5 times speed with lo-fi hip-hop behind is kind of cool.
that Joe Biden won this election, unquote. There's simply no evidence to justify...
His voice is so fucking unbelievably monotone.
...voter fraud or election irregularities suggested by those seeking to overturn the election. 60 cases, court after court, all throughout our state and throughout the country, including the Supreme Court, dealing with this bizarre argument that we know is based upon that lie. In one court, the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, Judge Bibas, appointed by President Trump, he said, quote, "The campaign's claims have no merit," unquote. The United States, he said, has free and fair elections, which are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges require specific
I don't think I've picked up a word.
We
just like
have neither here, unquote.
I feel like my ears are getting like milk poured into them or something.
About those election officials who did such work. These election officials all across our state, Republicans and Democrats, from red counties and blue counties, they did their jobs. They are patriots. And these objections are an attack on these Pennsylvania public servants. I'll give you one example. Republican Commissioner Al Schmidt, of Philadelphia. He wrote, and I said, and he wrote as I will quote as follows, quote, "There really should not be a disagreement, regardless of party affiliation, when we're talking about counting votes by eligible voters. It's not a very..."
That's what I'm saying.
After Election Day, Commissioner Al Schmidt, his family and his colleagues were subjected to death
It totally does.
simply because he was trying to do his job with integrity.
I think that means we're all caught up.
It calls to mind, Mr. President, that great
Holy shit, this guy talks slow.
a beautiful for patriot dream
Holy shit.
that sees beyond the years. These election officials.
Quantum Bread, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, most of the government is corrupt and brought by special interests. You have any fucking proof of that most of the government is corrupt? Or are you just running your fucking mouth, indulging in the same kind of bullshit nonsense tripe that led these slavering morons to try and launch a coup today? What the fuck are you talking about with your nonsense bullshit? Most of the government is corrupt. Shut the fuck up!
So I just wanted
You
to...
have no evidence of that! You have fucking no proof of that! You're just running your fucking mouth! Spouting the kind of nonsense that riles people up to commit violence! Shut up!
So I just wanted to say that I've never watched this guy before. He was just on... He was on the watch. He was covering it. So I was like, okay, he's got a handful of views.
To justify and then prove.
So I picked it.
We have neither here, unquote. So said Judge Beavis.
I like to distance myself.
A word about those election officials who did such work. These election officials all across our state.
Maybe he yells in his suit. Maybe that's his like aesthetic. He gets mad, but he's wearing a suit.
Did their jobs. They are
He's got like all like boofy, like nice done hair.
are an attack on these Pennsylvania.
Then he yells. Maybe that's it.
Give you one example.
Okay, all right. A little, come on, let's get to Mitt Romney here. Come on, go ahead.
After election day.
All right, come on.
This guy's such a fucking...
Who the fuck is Commissioner Al Schmidt? I don't care.
This guy's... Oh, there we go. Wait, what? Was there just more?
Afghanistan and Iraq and other places who yearn for freedom and who look to this building and these shores as a place of hope. And I saw the images being broadcast around the world, and it breaks my heart. I have 25 grandchildren. Many of them were watching TV, thinking about this building, whether their grandpa was okay.
Is that a lot?
I knew I was okay. I must tell you as well, I was proud to serve with these men and women. This is an extraordinary group of people. I'm proud to be a member of the United States.
Is it really called serving? I mean, I guess it is. They're like public servants.
Here today. Now we gather.
Still seems weird to use that word.
Injured pride and the outrage of supporters who he has deliberately misinformed for the past 2 months and stirred to action this very morning. What happened here today was an insurrection.
Where's my goddamn chat?
Decided by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. Fairly or not, they'll be remembered for their role in this shameful episode in American history. That will be their legacy. I salute Senator Langford and Loeffler and Braun and Daines, and I'm sure others, who in the light of today's outrage have withdrawn their objection. For any who remain insistent on an audit in order to satisfy the many people who believe that the election was stolen, I'd offer this perspective. No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president...
That's very much true.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I didn't think about that.
Respect for the voters who were upset is by telling them the truth.
Damn, dude. Damn. Yeah.
Hey, fucking men.
Wow. This is crazy. Wonder how Mike Pence feels.
That's the burden. That's the duty of leadership. The truth is that President-elect Biden won the election. President Trump lost. I've had that experience myself. It's no fun. Scores of courts, the president's own attorney general, state election officials, both Republican and Democrat, have reached that unequivocal decision. And in light of today's sad circumstances, I asked my colleague, do we weigh our own political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What's the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience? Leader McConnell said that the vote today is the most important in his 36 years of public service. Think of that. Authorizing 2 wars, voting on 2 impeachments. He said that not because the vote reveals something about the
I
election.
am curious about this next impeachment.
Because this vote reveals something about us. I urge my colleagues to move forward.
I bet.
With completing
Oh, dude, I don't want to talk over this.
From further objections, and to unanimously affirm the legitimacy of the presidential election. Thank you, Mr. President.
I bet. Oh, fuck, he's gonna start talking, isn't he?
Democratic leader.
Good one, Mitt.
Senator from New Hampshire.
I bet that what's gonna happen next is there's gonna be an impeachment, and everyone is fucking gonna vote against them. So the Republicans can kind of try to take back the Republican Party. They're like, fuck Trump. Trump's gone. He's gonna lose 100% anyways, and he's gonna have no power. So they're all just gonna they're all just gonna vote against him. I feel like this was the official end. Like, he allowed somebody to get killed. He essentially caused somebody to get killed, like, in the building that they were in. I think everyone's gonna turn against him in this next impeachment, and then it's probably going to split the party, because there's still going to be people who are on Trump, and then that's it. Republican Party's fucked for like a really long time, maybe forever.
Our very eyes. In contesting the outcome of this election, my Republican colleagues make contradictory argument that puts party and power before country. They argue the election results were valid when it showed they won their races, but the same ballots were somehow fraudulent when it produced a result.
Good point. Yeah, nobody even talked about that.
Very true.
Keep the results we like, they demand. Cancel the one we don't. That's not how democracy
Why is one so loud on this song?
neither is armed insurrection.
Indeed.
Here's the truth. Arizona has a long bipartisan record of conducting safe, secure, and fair elections. And I say that as someone whose party has more often than not been on the losing end of those elections. This last election was once again safe and secure. And I commend our state and county election officials, public servants on both sides of the aisle, for making Arizona proud once again. We are here.
Wesley, I don't know if you're still here, but like, I feel like everybody, almost everybody, okay, maybe not almost everybody, but a lot of people are sitting in there like a meeting that just like won't end. You ever have like a chapter meeting that just won't fucking end? It's like everyone is just saying the same shit over and over and over, and you're just like, dude, shut the fuck up. Literally 3 people just said that.
Arizona's Republican
We all get it.
General, one of the most partisan in the country.
I feel like these fuckers are gonna be here for hours. Maybe that's why they don't want to object, so they're not gonna be here until fucking 1 a.m.
That would lead anyone to believe the election results will change.
Also, it does nothing.
Unquote.
It's a pure optics thing anyways the whole time.
Has told us he doesn't like the results of the election, but they are the right results. Joe Biden has won Arizona. The state Supreme Court, made up entirely of justices appointed by Republican governors, they have spoken too. The court said the president's challenge, quote, fails to present any evidence of misconduct, illegal votes, or that the Biden electors did not in fact receive the highest numbers of votes for office, end quote. Look to the words of one of the president's own campaign chairs in my state, our governor, Doug Ducey. Our governor, he loves the president. He's been so loyal. He made sure the president could hold large rallies in our state in the middle of a pandemic. The governor personally attended them.
Doesn't sound like a smart guy.
So often that the governor gave the president a special "Hail to the Chief" ringtone on his phone. After Election Day, as the legal challenges
Dude, that's cool.
the governor kept quiet.
And imagine the fucking president calling. Hits that hail to the chief. That'd be wild.
Quote, Joe Biden did win Arizona, unquote. And I'm grateful that in this instance, the governor put law, not partisan politics, first. And I urge my colleagues in the House to follow his lead. Each and every one
This
of
lady in the pink back here is just writing stuff down. Like, Is this Nancy Pelosi?
Preserve, protect,
No, right? No way, right? I'm tripping balls. No, it's definitely not.
Over the last few
Just an old lady with an ass skin.
better understanding
Of what she was writing down.
the future of the Constitution, the most precious of the founding documents of the greatest democracy humankind has ever known, is in our hands.
Fit Gaming 86 says these guys are hypocritical, condoned a year of Antifa and BLM destroying property and killing people, and even bailed these people out. So who are they to blame? Like they're blaming Trump in the same manner. Fit Gaming 86, what the fuck are you trying to do?
There we go.
Are you trying to fucking justify the attempted coup today? What the fuck are you running your fucking mouth about? You're literally trying to justify a coup and say BLM did it, Antifa did it, oh, Antifa did it, so the fascist coup today was okay. Oh, it was okay. Oh, Trump took your fascism in my fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. You're just fucking sipping for fascism right now. I don't know why you're doing it. Oh, chill out, little girl. You're literally a fucking fascist apologist.
Chill out, little girl.
Yourself that you're even thinking
He said, chill out, little girl in the chat.
in the wake of a fucking attempted coup.
Oh, Lord.
This has been a truly tragic day for America. And we
Really
all
good point, though.
join together in fully condemning the dangerous violence.
What is even the?
I mean, seriously,
What's
go
the goal
fuck
of it?
yourself.
I don't know why he used to be so mad about it, but it's a good point. Like, what are these people even trying to do by justifying it? What the fuck?
Constitutional right to protest, but violence in any form is
What's the
absolutely
purpose?
unacceptable. It is anti-American and must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
How many more of these fucking people are gonna speak?
Capitol Police.
Oh, guys. Okay. Can we talk about both sides, please? Are we talking? Oh, real nice. Now you're gonna fucking wave your service in my face like a fucking weapon. Are you proud of yourself?
He said, "I'm ashamed I served this country for idiots like you. I'm pointing out you hypocritical fucking dickhead lol."
Try and say to me,
Wow.
I'm ashamed.
It's a real Twitch chatter.
Ashamed that I served this country. You're gonna try and wave your service at me like you think it makes you better than me? Just fucking let it go, dude. Instead of trying to bring Black Lives Matter here, hey, as somebody who served this country, you should be more disgusted by what happened today than anyone. If you really put your life on the line, and given, of course, that this is Twitch.tv and you're somebody in a chat room, you can fucking make up whatever you like. Who fucking knows what you've done in your fucking life? But as somebody who claims to have served this country, to see the capital of the United
Dude,
States of
I
America...
kind of want to like type some really dumb shit. I want to make him yell.
Guys, okay, can we talk about both sides here? Okay, what about Black Lives Matter, guys? What about Black Lives Matter? Okay, they burned down
And then
the
say,
Target,
lol,
guys. Right, where
JK.
were you when they burned down that Target, guys? Okay, can we just talk about both sides here? Get a fucking clue, dude. You fucking fascist apologist. Get out of here.
Dude, I'm so gonna do that. Oh my god.
In fact, there were objections on this floor to the certification of nearly
Alright.
every Republican president in my lifetime.
Give me a bit. I gotta think of something.
In 2001, in 2005, and in 2017.
Me too.
It's obvious. Sorry, I'm ruining the House speech. Obviously, it's fucking wrong when Black Lives Matter. Not that Black Lives
I
Matter.
want to say something to piss him off. I just need to figure out what it's gonna be.
Fucking targets.
Ideas.
But hey, look. Obviously, anytime somebody's doing damage to private property, that's wrong. Anytime somebody's doing violence to innocent people, that's wrong. All right? But if you don't have the fucking sense of depth to recognize that this is different, okay? This is fundamentally different. If you don't understand that this is a different event than burning down a Target or torching a neighborhood, this is literally an attack on the capital of the United States of America, literally an attack on democracy itself by armed traitors who literally set bombs in the Capitol building.
Wait, were the bombs confirmed?
I mean, you're just living in another world.
Oh, wait, were they? I saw them on fucking OAN.
This is like reacting to Pearl Harbor and saying, okay, guys, but, I know the Japanese are bad, but I mean, can we talk about those cross-border raids by Santa Anna in the Mexican-American War? I mean, we didn't attack Mexico, and now you guys want to go after Japan because they bombed Pearl Harbor? I mean, come on, guys. What are you doing? Let's be fair, you fucking hypocrites. Let the Japanese go. All they did was bomb a fucking harbor. All right.
Explosive device was found at the RNC by the New York Times.
Eliminated voter
Holy shit.
verification required by
Good old
state
Dave
election
Rubin,
law.
false equivalence. Are you seriously comparing me to Dave fucking Rubin right now, Aristotle the Lame? I mean, well, wait. I've had this problem several times here. Wait, what am I saying? What are you talking about? What was the term of service violation there? The Japanese Empire? No, I'm not sure what you're talking about here. Yeah, well, let me know. What was that? What was the issue there? Yeah. Probably talking about the commenter? No, I don't see it here. Where are the armed... Let's see, I meant the argument and false... Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I don't think... I mean, if you think I violated the terms of service, let me know. But I don't... I don't think I did. When I'm talking about the Japanese, I'm talking about the Japanese Empire, which I think is a pretty, legitimate target for attack. And the point I was trying to make it... Well, you get the point, okay? All right, folks, this is clearly... I gotta calm down, okay? I've gotta calm down. This is getting insane, all right? Getting insane. Lecture fan stream is impossible. He's refusing to condemn Trump supporters storming the building and is preparing himself to call them not real Trump supporters. Oh, I see what you're saying, Sexual. Look, I think it's pretty clear that I'm saying that...
Wait, did it end?
I think that's pretty clear what my intent was.
I was not gone for that long.
No, Aristotle, I apologize. I've had this problem several times.
Is it over?
Today.
No.
What I have done is I have accidentally...
I didn't get a chance to do it.
I've been a little on edge with everything going on, so I apologize for snapping into Aristotle. My bad. Okay, I apologize. Also, it's bad because intrinsically, when you guys start saying, "Hey,"
well, fuck. I guess that's it. No.
Gets the blood going, which is not a good.
Okay. Why is that? Where that brings me? Oh God. Why is this here? Why do you think I'll like this? Is it just chatting? Okay. I guess that's it. Okay. Nope. Okay, maybe there's more. Oh Lord.
We are a 240-year...
And have many meetings.
Just taking a break, I guess. Whatever.
The way it's always been. It is a very unusual form of government. The normal form of government throughout world history is dictators, kings, czars, pharaohs, warlords, tyrants.
Like I said, Pharaoh.
And we thought 20 years ago the march of history was toward democracy, but it is in retreat in Hungary and Turkey. Goodness knows in Russia. Democracy as we have practiced it is fragile. It's fragile and it rests upon trust. It rests upon trust in facts. It rests upon trust in courts, in public officials, and yes, in elections. I don't sympathize or justify or in any way support, that's putting it mildly, what happened here today, but I understand it. I understand it because I saw those people interviewed today and they said, we're here because this election has been stolen. And the reason they said that is that their leader has been telling them that every day for 2 months.
More than that.
We cannot afford to pull bricks out from the foundation of trust that underlies our entire system. And I agree with Governor Romney that the answer to this problem is to tell people the truth, is to tell them what happened. It's easy to confront your opponents. It's hard to confront your friends. It's hard to tell your supporters something they don't want to hear. But that's our obligation. That's why the word leader is applied to people in jobs like ours. It's not supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be something that we take on as a sacred obligation. And if people believe something that isn't true, it's our obligation to tell them, no, I'm sorry, it isn't. Just as Senator Portman just said, as Mike Lee just said, I'm sorry, we can't do this here. We don't want to do this here. This is a power reserved to the states, not to the Congress. And I agree with the majority leader. I think this is one of the most important votes any of us will ever take.
Janky
On
chat.
December 1st, 1862, Abraham Lincoln came to this building. He came to this building in the darkest days of the Civil War. He was trying to awaken the Congress to the crisis that we were facing. And he didn't feel that they were fully and effectively engaged. And he ended his speech that day with words
I don't know what the hell that
have
means.
an eerie relevance tonight. Here's what Abraham Lincoln said. Fellow Americans, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one
Might have the same mic.
of us.
It's probably way more expensive.
His final words. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
All right, let's get it. Progress forwards.
Mr. President.
See something happen.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr.
Come on, dude.
The mob
Another guy saying the exact same shit in a slightly different way.
should be a wake-up call to each and every one of us of what happens when we fail to come together, not as Democrats and Republicans, but each of us as Americans, to stand up to a president who time and again has shown contempt for our democracy, contempt for our Constitution. Today here on the Capitol, we witnessed people taking down an American flag and putting up a Trump flag. That is not
Pretty bad optics.
democracy in the United States of America. As every senator who has spoken has mentioned, we have for hundreds of years had a peaceful transfer of power. Nobody likes to lose, and supporters of the losing candidate are always disappointed. What's different this time? We all know what's different this time. We had a president who, as the senator from New Jersey said, even before a vote was cast, that if he didn't win the election, it was going to be a fraud. And every day since then has perpetrated that lie. We have a president who just today criticized very loyal vice president who is presiding right now, urging him to disregard his responsibilities under the Constitution of the United States in order to reinstall Donald Trump as president. The same person who got on the phone to the Secretary of State in Georgia and threatened him to change the results of the election. Mr. President, I read something this week I'd never thought I'd read in a newspaper in the United States of America. It was an op-ed by all the living former secretaries of defense, including Secretaries Rumsfeld, Cheney, and Mattis, warning the country about our tradition of peaceful transfer of power and that it would be inappropriate for the military to take sides. In the United States of America, we talk to the world about how We want to promote.
Thank you for the subs, guys. I'm trying not to mute it too much, but thank you, guys.
Too many are undermining those values.
This is the right one to be watching.
Donald Trump could not do this alone. He can only do it if he's aided and abetted by individuals who are willing to perpetrate those lies and those conspiracies. And that is why it is so important that we as Democrats and Republicans and senators stand up together. Stand up together.
This is where everybody rejects
when you go into a
Trump.
court of law like those 60
This impeachment, everyone's going to pull him away. Everyone's going to say no. Or everyone's going to say yes to the impeachment.
And in all those 60 cases under
Put money. I'd put money on it. If someone had a bet, I would bet that Trump gets impeached in the next couple weeks.
So it should be easy for us.
Properly impeached, ejected, removed.
On January 20th, Joe Biden will be sworn in as the next president of the United States. He has said he wants to bring the country together. He has said he wants to bring Democrats and Republicans together to do some of the pressing business of this country, to defeat this pandemic, to get the economy going again, to face challenging issues of racial and social justice. I hope we will learn from what happened today, the mob attack on this Capitol, the price we pay when we don't stand up for the truth and for democracy. James McHenry,
Damn, well put.
Maryland's delegate to the Constitutional Convention, wrote about a famous exchange in his diaries between Elizabeth Willing Powell and Benjamin Franklin. Wrote, a lady asked Dr. Franklin, well, doctor, what have we got? A republic or a monarchy? A republic, replied Dr. Franklin, if you can keep it. My colleagues, this is a test of whether we're united to keep our republic. I hope we will pass the test together. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from South Carolina, Senator Graham.
Senator from
Lindsey Graham, baby. Let's see what Lindsey has to say about this.
Many times my state has been the problem. I love it. It's where I want to die, but no time soon. Tim and I...
Most South Carolinian person I've ever heard. This guy sounds like that fucking,
love Tim Scott.
what's that big ass Foghorn Leghorn? Yeah, there we go.
Louisiana and Florida sent 2 slate of electors. They had 2 governments, by the way, and we didn't know what to do. Why did South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana do it?
I wonder what it would be like to hang out with Kelly Loeffler.
Hostage.
You had like split a bottle of wine or 2 or 3. What
The
happened?
commission was 8-7. It didn't work. Nobody accepted it. The way it ended is when Hayes did a deal with these 3 states. You give me the electors, I'll kick the Union Army out. The rest is history. It led to Jim Crow. If you're looking for historical guidance, this is not the one to pick. If you're looking for a way to convince people there was no fraud, having a commission chosen by Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, and John Roberts is not going to get you to where you want to go. It ain't going to work.
Is this like an inside joke?
So it's not going to do any good. It's going to delay, and it gives credibility to a dark chapter of our history. That's why I'm not with you. But I will fight to my death for you. You're able to object. You're not doing anything wrong. Other people have objected. I just think it's a uniquely bad idea to delay this election. Trump
If
and
you
I,
think it's a bad idea
we've had
and
a hell
they're
of a
doing
journey.
it, then of course
I
you
hate
think
it
they're
being
doing
this
something
way.
wrong.
Oh my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. I've tried to be helpful. But when the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that they didn't violate the Constitution of Wisconsin, I agree with the 3, but I accept the 4. If Al Gore can accept 5-4, he's not president. I can accept Wisconsin 4-3. Pennsylvania, it went to the 2nd Circuit. So much for all the judges being in Trump's pocket. They said, no, you're wrong. I accept the Pennsylvania Second Circuit that Trump.
I think the Republicans
right. Georgia,
who were simping for Trump overestimated how big the Trump people are.
Election laws
How big that the Trump section of the party is.
no. I accept the federal judge even though I don't agree with it.
Now it's time to quit.
They said there's 66,000 people.
Maybe it's not as malevolent as that. I don't know.
Voted. How many people believe that? I asked, give me 10. I hadn't had one. They said 8,000 felons in prison in Arizona voted. Give me 10. I hadn't gotten one. Does that say there's problems in every election? I don't buy this. Enough's enough. We got to end it. Vice President Pence, what they're asking you to do, you won't do because you can't. You talk about interesting times. I associate myself with Rand Paul. How many times will you hear that? The mob has done something nobody else could do to get me and Rand to agree. Rand is right. If you're a conservative, this is the most offensive concept in the world, that a single person could disenfranchise 155 million people. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president. Where in there does it say Mike can say, I don't like the results? I want to send them back to the states. I believe there was fraud. To the conservatives who believe in the Constitution, now's your chance to stand up and be counted. Originalism, count me in. It means what it says. So, Mike, Mr. Vice President, just hang in there. They said we can count on Mike. All of us can count on the Vice President. You're going to do the right thing. You're going to do the constitutional thing. You got a son who flies F-35s. You got a son-in-law who flies F-18s. They're out there flying so that we can get it right here. There are people dying, to my good friend from Illinois, to make sure we have a chance to argue among ourselves. And when it's over, it is over. It is over. The final.
And that probably hurt. I think the senator in Illinois, like, son or daughter just died. Eesh.
He's the legitimate president of the United States. I cannot convince people, certain groups, by my words, but I will tell you by my actions that maybe I, above all others in this body, need to say this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are lawfully elected and will become the president and the vice president of the United States on January the 20th.
14 days. Kelly Loeffler not clapping. Come on, girl.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield back the balance of our time.
All time has expired.
Oh, goddamn time.
Question is, shall the objection submitted by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and the senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, and others be sustained? Is there a second?
Long day.
There is. Clerk will call the
Did it
roll.
get sustained?
Ms. Baldwin.
Oh, are they doing fucking roll again?
Mr. Barrasso.
This shit takes so goddamn long. I hate when they do this.
Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn.
God damn it.
Mr. Blumenthal.
Dude, that bitch got a booming ass voice.
Mr. Blunt.
Sheesh.
Mr. Booker.
Oh, they're doing the vote. I'm fucking
Mr.
dumb.
Mr. Braun.
It should be unanimous,
Mr. Brown.
hopefully, right?
Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons.
Mr. Coons.
Mr. Cornyn.
Okay. So I am a little beat. I'm a little exhausted today.
Dude, everyone's giving up.
So I think I'm gonna go. But Ava is watching these proceedings right now.
All right, we're moving on. On to the next one.
This is all just a formality, but like, if this isn't gonna pass, it's just gonna be what? What?
Mr. Daines.
You're saying unmute. What?
Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry.
Ms. Ernst.
Why are you so like, I need to hear the vote? It's not gonna fucking pass.
Mrs. Feinstein.
You all know what's gonna happen. Who
Mrs.
gives a shit?
Fisher.
Jesus.
Mrs. Gillibrand.
All right, let's give Ava the raid, and I want to thank
Mr.
you guys again
Graham.
for all the subs and the donations, and I will see you guys
Mr. Grassley.
tomorrow, as I'm sure there'll be
Mr.
more news to
Haggerty.
cover then. So, bye-bye, guys.
Ms. Harris. Mr. Johnson.
Why is her audio worse?
Holly said yes.
Mr. Kane.
I feel weird about watching a chick for some reason, but we're gonna stay here.
Hi.
Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you for the raid.
Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford.
Thank you for the raid. Hello, hi, welcome,
Leahy.
welcome. We just listened to Cruz.
5 million people.
Oh, watching it back.
President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives,
Slaps, how is he a snake? I mean, look, I think it's a little insane to imagine that the guy has just now seen the light. But, alright, yeah, he is kind of a snake.
open all certificates, and the vote shall then be counted.
But let me just enjoy it here, okay?
The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president.
Yeah, you're right.
Where in
He's
there
a
does it
snake.
say Mike can say,
Goes
I
with
don't
the
like the
flow.
results. I want to send them back to the states. I believe there was fraud. To the conservatives who believe in the Constitution, now's your chance to...
Well, I guess here's the thing. It's possible, it's always possible that somebody has just kind of seen the light. But...
Hard to imagine.
Graham was... Alright, you get my point.
stand up and be counted. Originalism, count me in. It means what it says. So, Mike, Mr. Vice President, just hang in there. They said we can count on Mike. All of us can count on the Vice President. You're going to do the right thing. You're going to do the constitutional thing. You got a son who flies F-35s. You got a son-in-law who flies F-18s. They're out there flying so that we can get it right here. There are people dying, to my good friend from Illinois, to make sure we have a chance to argue among ourselves.
I feel like this is behind as fuck. The fuck channel? C-SPAN, right? Where can I just find it? Oh, maybe this is it? NBC?
Carolina.
Oh yeah, there we go. Wait, this is Fox. What?
Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby.
Huh. Wait, there's two of them, and one has
Miss
way less
Cinema.
views.
But the idea
What?
that we would rig an election for the president but not preserve
Wait, what is going on?
is absurd. The idea that we would help Vice President Biden win but wouldn't make sure that we got enough senators in the Senate for us to pass a full agenda
What the
is
fuck?
absurd. The idea that
I mean,
there
this
is
is right.
somehow
When?
nefarious voter registration in Arizona that
Started
tipped
an
the
hour
scale,
ago.
when because during that same time of voter registration, there were more registered voters that were Republican.
I'm so confused right now.
Oh, you are, bro?
Yeah, what the fuck? Which is which? I don't know what the fuck. Which one of these are which? This isn't making no sense. Okay, what about this one? Where is this at?
Chaos
Okay,
and
well,
tragedy.
that's not it.
You are better than.
This is vote count.
This is confusing. Okay, so I think this is live. And then
Lied about the election results.
what the fuck is this?
You know better. You are better. Be the good American.
Oh, because the House and the Senate are not together right now?
Reject this movement and stop this terrorism that is happening from the White House. I yield back my
Oh,
time.
this guy was fucking fiery and passionate. Okay, so that was the Senate that I was watching the whole time.
Members are reminded to
And this is the
reflect their
House. Now I
remarks
get
to
it.
the chair. What purpose does the gentleman?
Damn, I did not understand how any of this shit worked until just now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To speak in favor of the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh, they're still objecting in the House?
And in contrast to the gentleman's comments just now, I couldn't get over this text that I received from the mayor of
North
Charlotte,
Carolina.
Vi Lyles, about 30 minutes ago. She is a
This is probably going to be
progressive
horrible.
Democrat, political opponent for years, tremendously graceful person. She said, Representative
Tremendously
Bishop, I hope
graceful.
you're safe and well.
Interesting
It
choice
must
of
have been
words.
a day of anguish for the world to see our Capitol buildings under siege. I know you have a long night ahead and want you to know I was thinking about you, your family, and staff. God bless, Vi. Back home, the generosity of spirit still exists. And I understand the sharp words and feelings on the other side tonight. But there are also good people back home. And I've heard from many, many, many of them. And news would suggest there are millions of Americans. That's a big number. Millions, tens of millions who believe something went awry in this election. And they aren't dumb. They aren't mindless. They don't believe things simply because the president says them. There were problems. I know that Joe Biden will be president. But I don't know that it hurts or would hurt any of us to have the generosity of spirit to continue to reflect on what might be better or what might seriously have gone wrong here, even if you reject the notion that the result was wrong. I'd like to offer a slightly different perspective, a distinct perspective. Perhaps it will be rejected. I think if I were sitting on the other side of the aisle, it would be very difficult for me to listen to tonight. But you all have heard it said, and it certainly is true, that many executive branch officials around the nation departed from state legislatures, enacted laws. I think it's less understood how this came to pass. It was not a spontaneous, independent decision-making, but it resulted, I would argue, from a coordinated nationwide partisan plan. And the fact and scope of the plan, it really isn't disputed. If you go to democracydocket.com, it is the website of Mark Elias, the National Democratic election lawyer, who appeared in hundreds of cases across the country in the course of the election year. This plan was not a response to COVID, by the way. It pre-existed that, and his website shows that as well. He explained that in January 2020. It was a chaos strategy, a plan to flood state and federal courts with hundreds of simultaneous election year lawsuits aimed at displacing state legislative control. Now, as I've seen it, only the most experienced and independent judges appear to have recognized what was afoot. In the Fourth Circuit, dissenting judges Wilkinson and Agee said this: let's understand the strategy that is being deployed here. Our country is now plagued with a proliferation of pre-election litigation. And as they put it, 385 election year cases to that point on October 20th. And they referred to the website healthyelections.org to verify that. Around the country, they wrote, courts are changing the rules of the upcoming elections at the last minute. It makes the promise of the Constitution's elections and electors clauses into a farce. This was a political operation masquerading as a judicial one. And in keeping with that, it featured gross breaches of litigation ethics, forum shopping, repetitive suits after losses, and collusive settlements with cooperating Democratic officials of state and local governments. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what led to officials changing the rules in state after state, mainly through consent orders or the preliminary unreviewed decisions of state and federal trial judges inclined by partisanship or having limited experience with the electors clause. In turn, the displacement of rules set by state legislatures led to chaotic conditions on the ground, about which so many Americans are angry and disheartened.
On this vote, the yeas are 6, the nays are 93.
I think that strategy was unwise.
The objection is not sustained. The Secretary will notify the House of the action of the Senate, informing that body that the Senate is now ready to proceed to joint session with further counting.
And I think, particularly in light of what's happened here today, we should.
President
Thank you,
and Vice President.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Majority Leader.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise tonight in opposition to the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. As a nation, we have endured trying times and overcome many challenges. And now we face an unprecedented effort to ignore the will of the American people and the people of Arizona. Given the facts, the unprecedented events of tonight, this effort must be finished and America can be united again. That is going to take leadership.
Oh my God, my bad.
Leaders.
Good. If you were talking about my mic, you nailed it.
And if we're going to do that,
I was just commenting on how ill-fitting this man's suit is. Holy shit, that's rough.
The idea that truth is important, that factual content is important, that we're going
Why
to
can't I have
tell
my
the American
fucking
people
stream?
what
Chat.
is going on in
Working.
this country, and not what we hope they hear
There you
from
go.
a
Big stream
30-second
chat.
soundbite. I used to be a
Trying my
homicide
bit to-
investigator. My job was to follow the facts, develop a case, make decisions and recommendations based on where those facts
Here,
lay.
ghetto chat box.
Following the process means that decisions cannot be made on
Man
whims,
got the hips.
and innuendos alone. I am proud to say that Arizona has used mail-in voting for over 2 decades.
Nice shitty stream.
Both Republicans
I don't know where the
and
fucking.
Democrats have long been
It just
proud
won't come up. I don't know why.
administered elections. In 2020, over 65% of eligible Arizonans voted in record number.
Dude, Khalib just texted me and said,
Republican Attorney General,
or he
Democratic
texted me a couple days ago. I just read it though, but he was saying,
administrators and
he's
volunteers.
like, damn, dude, if Bitcoin hits 140,000 like they're saying it's going to, then that's gonna be like
We saw a
a
turnout
chunk of
increase
change for me.
in both Republican
Like,
and
dude, who the
Democratic
fuck
areas,
said that? He said
and in fact,
Yahoo.
more Republicans
What?
registered this election than
What do
any
you
other
mean?
party. I am proud that many of our tribal, rural, and underserved communities voted in record numbers, all during a pandemic. In 2020, Arizonans made their voices heard. The fact is, multiple federal, state judges, agencies, state elected officials concluded the winner was Joe Biden. In Arizona, this process was administered and overseen by officials from both parties. Elections officials conducted random
Elections
hand-counted
officials.
audits of many precincts. They confirmed there were no errors that would change the result of the election. The fact is that the Republican chairman of Maricopa County, the largest Republican county in the state, the biggest population county, he stated more than 2 million ballots were cast, and there was no evidence of
There was
fraud or
6
misconduct or malfunction.
states, I think, that
He
were supposed to get
concluded, no matter
objections.
how
and
you
each
voted,
objection is
this
2
election was administered
hours
with
of
integrity,
argument, followed by another
transparency,
vote
and
to
in
decide
accordance
whether the
with state law.
objection is upheld or not.
The fact is, the president and his campaign
That
and several
is
Republican
absurd.
groups
It would have been
filed
12
election lawsuits.
hours of these motherfuckers saying the same shit over and over and over again. I mean, it's honestly how it fucking feels.
Unanimously dismissed the case. The justices found that the party had failed to present any evidence of misconduct or illegal votes, let alone establish any degree of fraud or a
Oh
significant
wait, I can put the
error rate
lo-fi hip hop back
that would
on now.
undermine the certainty of the
Turned it
election
off when shit
results.
was getting serious.
After these judicial
Where the fuck is it? There it is.
rulings, the governor said, I
Blood
trust our
volume.
election system. There's integrity
There we go.
in our election system. The fact is, Joe Biden is the certified winner of Arizona's 11 electoral votes. Arizona's elected and appointed officials
So I expect you to watch it all to
followed the
keep
facts
us
and came to
updated.
this conclusion.
Don't worry, dude. I'm on the
I
case.
urge my colleagues to do the same. To my colleagues across the aisle, I know we may disagree on who we want as president. But what we
Why is
personally
this one
want
so loud?
is not what matters here. Rather, the people's influence, as reflected in the certified electoral college results, is what matters. Facts matter. Undermining faith in our election process by attempting to mislead the American public only serves to weaken us and make us vulnerable to foreign actors who would do us harm. For the good of our country, this must stop. Now is the time to come together to preserve our democracy and to protect our national security. I know my constituents are looking to Congress to move past its divisions, find common ground, and pass legislation to improve the lives of struggling families. We must stay focused on fighting the pandemic. We must work to ensure all Americans can be vaccinated as soon as possible so we can save American lives. Safely reopen schools, get people back to work, and visit loved ones again. I urge my colleagues to follow this.
Out of time, motherfucker. Get up.
Gentleman's time has expired.
All right, let's run it.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek?
No, I thought they were going to tell them that they don't
Speaker,
object.
I rise to claim time in support of the objection.
Gentleman is recognized
Support
for 5
of the
minutes without
objection. So this is bad. Okay.
Madam Speaker, one of the first things we did when the House convened today was to join together to extend our grace and our kindness and our concern for a colleague who has experienced just an insurmountable amount of grief with his family. And I want all of our fellow Americans watching to know that we did that because we care about each other and we don't want bad things to happen to each other. And our heart hurts when they're due. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of folks over there who don't like me too much, and there are a few of you that I don't care for too much. But if anybody had been hurt today, it would have been even more of a catastrophe than we already saw. And I think that's an important point for the country. Another important point for the country is that this morning, President Trump explicitly called for demonstrations and protests to be peaceful. He was far more, you can moan and groan, but he was far more explicit about his calls for peace than some of the BLM and left-wing rioters were this summer when we saw violence sweep across this nation.
People are clapping? Wait, what's happening? I feel like I'm losing my mind.
To follow regular order, to offer an objection, to follow a process that is expressly contemplated in our Constitution. And for doing that, we got called a bunch of seditious traitors. Now, not since 1985 has a Republican president been sworn in, absent some Democrat effort, to object to the electors. But when we do it, it is
Oh my God.
of all norms. And when those things are said, people get angry. Now, I know there are many countries where political violence.
This guy has a fucking.
Not one such country. Madam Speaker,
He has a laptop that he specifically uses for poll.
vandalized and defaced your home. It was wrong when thugs went to Senator Hawley's home. And I don't know if the reports are true, but the Washington Times has just reported some pretty compelling evidence from a facial recognition company showing that some of the people who breached the Capitol today were not Trump supporters. They were masquerading as Trump supporters and, in fact, were members of the violent terrorist group Antifa. Now, we should seek to build America up, not tear her down and destroy her. And I am sure glad that at least for one day I didn't hear my Democrat colleagues calling to defund the police.
This guy fucking sucks dick.
Now, I appreciate all the
This
talk.
guy fucking sucks. Yo.
Now, I appreciate all the talk of coming together, but let us not pretend that our colleagues on the left have been free of some anti-democratic impulses just because we signed on to legal briefs and asked courts to resolve disputes. There were some on the left who said that
Oh
we should
my
not even be
God.
seated in the body, that we ought to be prosecuted, maybe even jailed. Those arguments anger people, but people do understand the concepts of basic fairness. And no competition, contest, or election can be deemed fair if the participants are subject to different rules. Baseball teams that cheat and steal signs should be stripped of their championships. Russian Olympians who cheat and use steroids should be stripped of their medals, and states that do not run clean elections should be stripped of their electors. This fraud.
Nobody disagrees with this. Yeah, that was Astros.
It was the same system,
Subtweet.
and I dare say it was effective.
But
we saw circumstances where when
nobody disagrees with this.
the outcomes they wanted in state legislators, when they couldn't get the job done there, they went and pressured and litigated and usurped the Constitution with extra constitutional action of some officials in some states. They fraudulently laundered ballots, votes, voter registration forms, and then they limited review. In 2016, Democrats found out that they couldn't beat Donald Trump at the ballot box with voters who actually show up, so they turned to impeachment and the witness box. And when that failed, they ran to the mailbox, where this election saw an unprecedented amount of votes that could not be authenticated with true ID, with true signature match, and with true confidence for the American people. Our Article III courts have failed by not holding evidentiary hearings to weigh the evidence. We should not join in that failure. We should vindicate the rights of states. We should vindicate the subpoenas in Arizona that have been issued to get a hold of these voting machines, and we should reject.
That's funny. I hope this idiot is one of the guys who goes off and be part of Trump's government.
The gentlewoman from Colorado.
The gentlewoman. Never heard of that before. Dude, I can't believe this guy's saying that type of shit right now. It's absurd.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield my time to the Dean of the Arizona delegation, Mr. Grijalva.
What does that mean?
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the
You
gentleman.
can just like call in expert witnesses.
Time.
That's neat.
I'll be very brief, Madam Speaker. There's really nothing left to say.
Why is this guy's mask like this?
Brought by
It's like on the front of his face.
this House, Republican members from this House from Arizona, and a senator from Texas. The whole discussion today, this challenge to the 11 electoral votes that are designated for President Biden and Vice President Harris, the discussion today proved there is no merit to denying those electoral votes. There's no legal standing. The courts have proven that in Arizona time and time again. There is no precedent. There is no constitutional violation. But we're here today, Madam Speaker, because of one man and those who are desperate to please him. So what do we have to show for this process today? Fear, a lockdown, violence, and regrettably and sadly death.
Dude, we were all there.
Present and real danger, threats, and assault on our institution, this House, this Congress, and the very democracy that we practice here. And to what end? What did we accomplish? The reality is that the challenge will be defeated come January 20th. President Biden and President Harris will be the President and Vice President of the United States. So what have we accomplished? To further divide this nation?
This guy's mask is bothering me so
The
much.
same rhetoric of division and us versus them? To paralyze and dismantle our democracy?
What's up, Sean?
What's up,
Is
baby?
that
How you doing?
attempting
What time
to
did you go to
accomplish
sleep last
today?
night?
I don't know, probably the same time you did.
Hell
that attacked
no.
this
You were up
institution.
way later.
I hold no
Was I?
longer
I
specific
oh no, yeah, I was. I forgot. I
for
was
that
like
madness
6.
that was around us.
You are
But we do share
wildin'.
a
What time did you wake up?
responsibility, my friend.
Dude, like
to end
11.
it.
That's
It's
not
past time
bad.
to
It
accept
didn't feel.
reality,
It didn't feel good.
to
I usually
I
sleep
can
like
hear
8
you.
hours, but I got a call. I got like a
Move
phone
on.
call.
I
Yeah,
can hear
and
your
I
voice.
went and got my
My
COVID
colleagues
test.
from
So
Arizona
I mean, I'm just kind of high right now.
filed this challenge.
You're kind of
Public
high. You
challenge
smoking the Delta 8
to
still?
this,
Yeah, pretty much
to
every day.
Arizona, and to the electors that have been chosen
Dude, your computer's going wild.
to give their 11 votes to the winners in that election. But if that doesn't happen, then I would
Gotcha.
urge my colleagues to reject this challenge and defend all voters, defend the voters of Arizona, and that democracy that we practice daily in the representation of our constituents. That's what's at stake today.
You don't
And
seem
with
like
that,
much of a
I yield
personality
back
right
to the
now in order to
gentlelady
be
from
streaming.
Colorado. And
I'm just kind of
for the time.
I'm letting them.
Gentlemen, Madam Speaker, on Sunday,
I'm
every
letting
member
them
in
talk.
this
I don't want to like
chamber
talk over it.
took an oath to uphold the Constitution. And there's only one vote tonight for those who
What
took that
platform
oath.
do you stream on?
And that
YouTube?
vote is to
I'm on
reject
Twitch
this
and YouTube.
challenge. I yield back.
I see.
The links are in the Discord stream links thing.
All the time for debate has expired.
Let's go.
The question is, shall the objection to the Arizona Electoral College vote
Of
count
course not.
submitted by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gozar, and the senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, be agreed to? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
we would ask for a roll call.
The yeas and nays have been requested pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device and are reminded to vote when their group is called.
What the hell? What the fuck? This is bizarre.
There's a lot of things bizarre, buddy.
There is a lot of things that bizarre. Wait, agreeing to the objection. So this should be an obvious nay, right? Yeah, these are like clickers that you get at fucking like middle school to answer questions.
It's lit.
Shouldn't they like all be? Hold on. Oh my god. Agreeing. They should all be nay. How many fucking yay? Why is there so many goddamn yays? Reaps suck. What is that? What is this? Oh, is this the Senate? What's happening here?
Let's do everything we
What
can
was done?
as leaders, Democrats and Republicans, to make sure in
Oh.
the next 2 weeks, Donald Trump's abuses are checked. We do everything we can to protect this wonderful nation.
There are no Democratic yays. Am I reading that right? Yeah, literally 0. Wow. It's like a lot more yays than I would have expected. Wait, what? Dude, what's going on?
The senator from Florida is
Lord.
recognized.
Mr. President, over the last weeks and days leading up to this vote
I
here
feel like I
today,
know this guy's name. Oh, Marco Rubio.
about this vote, and I guess I want to address it as much to them as anybody else. And these are people that I know. These are friends. These are neighbors. These are longtime supporters, generally people on my side of the political aisle. And they're upset. They're upset. They look at the media, and the media, they feel censored stories that might have been negative towards Joe Biden or were negative towards Joe Biden. The social media companies helped them out. And they saw how some states tinkered with and even mutilated state election laws. And they have doubts that the election was legitimate. And it gives this country this extraordinary crisis of confidence, which is very dangerous because democracy is very fragile and it's not held together by elections. Democracy is held together by people's confidence in the election and their willingness to abide by its results. And so the notion was, we need to do something, we need to fight.
It's kind of a lisp.
And several of my colleagues have adopted the idea, and I respect it, that they're going to object. Now listen, it's important to understand something. Even the people objecting in the Senate recognize that it's not going to pass. It's not going to change the outcome, but it's going to send a message. And it's going to make a point. The problem is, I think it's a terrible idea at this moment. Just hours ago, a young lady died in this Capitol. That means somebody somewhere in this country got a phone call that their daughter was dead. Daughter was going to a political rally, she is dead. Died in this Capitol, somewhere not far from where we are standing. We had police officers, the men and women that we walk by every single day that guard the doors and we say hello to, out there with riot gear getting spit on and attacked. Today, not 10 weeks ago, just a few hours ago. And I think it's important to think about all those things on a night like tonight and everything that's happened. You know, I wouldn't even be here today. I doubt very much where I would even have been interested in politics had it not been for my grandfather. He died when I was 14, but I grew up at his knee. He would sit on the porch, and smoke 3 cigars a day, and he loved history. He was born in 1899.
God, dude, I'm so depressed hearing that word.
Governed by the United States, it was a protectorate. 3 years later, it gained its independence and became a republic.
You think today will be different?
First 60 years of life. He saw his country have an armed insurrection after a contested election.
The exact same.
Multiple presidents go into exile. 2 military.
Let's see if you're different enough.
The rise
Make
of
up for my exact sameness.
A tyranny that stands to this day. My entire life, I have lived with and next to people who came to America because their country was chaotic and their country was unsafe. What I saw today, what we have seen, looks more like those countries than the extraordinary nation that I am privileged to call home. And I think about the mockery that it makes of our country. A lot of people, oh, well, China. No, let me just say something. In all modesty, no one here has worked harder on the issue of China. They hate my guts. I'm sanctioned, twice sanctioned. I don't know what they're sanctioning, double sanctioned, and I can't travel there. I wasn't planning to anyway. China's laughing. They're loving this tonight. In Beijing, they're high-fiving because they point to this and say, this is proof the future belongs to China, America's in decline.
Damn true.
There's nothing Vladimir Putin could have come up with better than what happened here. Makes us look like we're in total chaos and collapse. Not to mention the Ayatollah, who's probably bragging, if he has buddies, to his buddies, look what's happening to the great Satan. I think politics has made us crazy. Everybody in this country has lost their minds
not yet.
on politics. And we have forgotten that America is not a government. America's not a president. America's not a Congress. Let me tell you what America is. America's your family. America's your faith. America's your community. That's America. That's what our adversaries don't understand, and that's what we need to remember. That is how we're going to rebuild this country and turn the page and have a future even brighter than our past. And so that's why I feel so strongly about this, and why I hope those who disagree with me will understand. I yield the floor.
That was like really loud. What the fuck was that?
The senator from Hawaii is recognized.
Mr. President, it has been hard at times to find the words to describe the full harm Donald Trump has inflicted on our country. We can spend hours dissecting how his policies have made us less safe, less healthy, but his presidency has also been a profound moral failure. Let me tell you a story. A few years ago, a father from Hawaii joined me at one of my talk story sessions in my office, and he asked me a question that struck me hard at that time and has stuck with me until today. He said, "How can I tell my son that lying is not okay when the President of the United States lies every single day?" I struggled to answer his question then, and I'm not sure I could offer an adequate answer now. But this conversation remains a clear example of how we do not live in normal times. How is it normal as we and the world watched in horror as an angry mob stormed the United States Capitol? Blood was shed, people were hurt, vandalism occurred. It is not normal when we have a president who lies every single day. And even in the face of this vandalism, this mob, he really doesn't have much to say except, "I love you, you should go home now." It's not normal when in the middle of a pandemic that has claimed the lives of over 350,000 Americans, which is nearly the combined population of the islands of Maui and the Big Island, we have a president who only seems to care about spreading conspiracies to undermine confidence in our elections and our democracy. And it's not normal when duly elected senators who took an oath to uphold the Constitution pull a stunt to try and nullify millions of votes in 6 states so that Donald Trump can remain president. I call this effort a stunt because it is doomed to fail. We have a strong bipartisan majority, as noted in the vote that we just took, and both chambers of Congress who reject this stunt. And courts have ruled against Trump and his allies in more than 60 cases. So whenever this farce ends, the result will be the same. Donald Trump will have lost the election, and Joe Biden will become the 46th president of the United States. You can tell a lot about a person from the way they handle defeat. The way Donald Trump has handled defeat says a lot about who he is. Watching so many of our colleagues, the president tells us a lot about them too. You don't have to look back very far in history to find examples of candidates who lost tough races but demonstrated their character in defeat. Our colleague, Senator Romney, graciously conceded his defeat to President Obama in noting that, I quote, "At a time like
I have a
this,
skin. All right, Kel. Oh, cool. Never mind. I want to play Kel.
Political posturing,
Yone Pog, take
reach across the aisle to do the people's work, and we
skin. I can't do it.
also have to rise to the occasion." And in 2000, during an election with substantial irregularities and partisan intervention from the Supreme Court, Al Gore nevertheless put his country first, and he said, "Let there be no doubt that while I strongly disagree with the court's decision, I accept it. And tonight, for the sake of our unity as a people and the strength of our democracy, I offer my concession." As I reflect on the service of these distinguished public servants and the acts they took to maintain our democracy, I'm also drawn to remarks President Obama made 4 years ago in his farewell address to the nation when he warned that our democracy is threatened whenever we take it for granted. It is a particularly sage warning as we contend with the President of the United States seeking to nullify a free and fair election simply because he lost.
Damn, that team looks
We have
disgusting.
to stand up, speak out, and fight back.
Yeah, we're gonna
because our
lose.
democracy
We lost.
itself is at stake.
That's an AP Malphite.
American democracy has endured over the centuries in large
We
part.
lost to the game.
Institutions serve as guardrails to keep us from going over the cliff. As elected officials, we can strengthen these guardrails by listening to our own conscience in moments of peril, by having what our friend John Lewis called an executive session with myself. Before making a big decision, John would say, "Listen, self, this is what you must do.
What is happening?
This is where you must go."
This is a parody.
Today, we can follow John's example. Listen to our conscience. Stand up for our Constitution and do what's right. I yield the floor.
The senator from Maine's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me begin my remarks tonight by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the members of the law enforcement community and the National Guard, whose hard work and courage made it possible for us to resume our deliberations tonight. We return to this chamber tonight undeterred by the violence we witnessed and strengthened in our determination to fulfill our constitutional duty. Mr. President, the Constitution is the foundation of our American democracy. And the Constitution is what must guide our decisions on the presidential election. The process the Constitution sets forth for electing presidents through the Electoral College is straightforward. The people vote. Electors are chosen.
Ooh, bonk.
The electors vote. Then Congress counts the electors' votes. That final step in the process is why we have convened today. Counting the
melee is trash.
votes, a function that the 12th Amendment assigns to Congress, is an administrative and largely ceremonial act. Our job is simply to count the votes certified by each state. Nothing more.
What?
We should not attempt
That actually hit. Oh, fuck. I was looking at them.
roles of the voters, the states, or the Electoral College. Mr. President, the American people have done their job, turning out in record numbers to vote in the midst of a frightening pandemic. Indeed, as a percentage of the voting eligible population, the turnout
I thought the time was up.
highest in 120 years. Similarly,
What in
the
God's
midst
name is happening?
of this pandemic, hundreds of
Social,
election
bro.
officials
Oh, yeah,
and
fuck.
volunteers have done their job, staffing polling places and faithfully counting and often recounting votes. The states have done their job by certifying the election results. Now, Mr. President, I've heard the proponents of these objections raise questions about whether the various states conducted their elections properly. When disputes over elections arise, candidates are able to appeal to our legal system, not
I didn't do anything.
Dude, that server is so bad. Like, actually.
in the 2 months since the 2020 election, the president's lawyers and allies have had the opportunity to make their arguments and challenge election results before the courts. Notably, every one of nearly 60 lawsuits that they brought forward have been rejected. In fact, the Supreme Court has twice refused to hear their election challenges. Mr. President, we must abide by these rules. The time has now come for Congress to do its job.
Oh, shit.
We should affirm
I have ulti now.
certified results of each state by
Okay.
counting the votes of their electors. Mr.
Wait, but I have ulti. Wait, I don't have mana. Oh. Pog.
Of the electoral
Pog.
would set a terrible precedent in which the party in
Oh my God.
control of Congress could override the will of the voters and overrule our courts to unilaterally choose the next president.
This lady's spitting bars.
One senator attempted such a maneuver after the election in 2004, and the Senate overwhelmingly rejected that effort. The Senate has demonstrated by its vote tonight that it will follow that precedent and do so again. Tonight, Mr. President, I will continue to vote to reaffirm the foundation of our democracy.
Oh my God.
The
Okay, no.
Constitution of the United States. And I will reject these challenges to the Electoral College. Thank you, Mr. President.
Who is this? Is this a third?
The senator from Oregon.
What is happening? I don't understand politics at all. Every time I think I figure it out, there's like another group of people.
Upon these three
What is happening here?
sitting on the table.
Oh, my cue. It's stuffed.
Give me that.
These three boxes contain
Oops.
the certified results from every state in our union,
Been saving forever.
how that state voted, how they're elected
No, I'm out of mana.
for the president of the United States of
Whoops.
America. You know, you cast your eyes on these three boxes, and you know
Actually, perfect gold timing. That's perfect.
you see that there are straps on them holding the top on, and straps around the side, and they're engraved. Beautiful handle, beautiful leather work.
What is this fucking guy talking
In the
about?
cabinet shop of our very Senate to say to the world that their cargo is precious. Now there's
What the
three of these
heck?
boxes. The third box is brand new. It was crafted because so many states were celebrating this process. They started to use very large forms, very large envelopes, very large seals to put those ballots into, and thus a third box was needed. These boxes contain the voice of the American people weighing in as they have election after election after election. They've been used, these two smaller boxes, in the last 14 elections. They carry voice. They are transported through those doors to the House of Representatives, where the Senate and House gather to witness the opening of the envelopes to determine who will be the President of the United States. It is our constitutional responsibility to witness the counting. That is what the Constitution
Uh-oh, not good.
Tonight, when this Senate chamber was under attack by
Ooh,
domestic
weave.
Oh, slick.
we were held here in this room, doors locked, to protect us with the help of the Capitol Police. They did an excellent job, and then they escorted us to a safe room. And that announcement came quickly. And when that announcement came, our senior assistant parliamentarian, Lee Hildebrand, organized the team
couldn't weave.
to rescue these boxes and keep them safe. Now, thank you to her and the entire team that rescued the voice of the American people. Had they not done so, then the hooligans outside, disrespecting the
Hooligan.
Constitution,
Just
come in
zoomed out of
here
there.
and opened the boxes and burned the ballots, destroying the voice of the people symbolically. And I know no one in this chamber wanted something like that to happen, because we're here to defend the Constitution, to defend the integrity of the election process, not to allow it to be destroyed. But colleagues, although we
Nice,
are
nice.
senators, or 99 actually now, because there's only 99 of us who are duly elected at the moment, 99 senators united across the party defending these ballots from the hooligans outside. There's more
This
than
guy
one
keeps
way
saying
these
hooligans.
ballots can be destroyed. And
Oh
that
god, I think I got collected.
and the House chamber to vote that one of those envelopes representing the state will be shredded.
Sean never died.
That those votes will be discounted. We just held a vote on whether or not
You're kidding.
the envelope containing
Oh,
votes from
I'm
Arizona
trash.
should be burned. We defended these ballots,
I'm trash. But my orb walking was pretty good.
but there are those in this chamber supporting the
I
destruction
can't buy both of these
voice
items.
citizens of Arizona. 6
Oh, you
voted.
can.
And we are coming back later tonight to vote on whether to shred or burn
He's dead.
ballots
He's dead.
for the people of Pennsylvania. So we have to stand together to say absolutely not. The constitutional
I'm dead.
responsibility is for us to defend the process, not to proceed to destroy these ballots. Now, in spite of all the troubling things that have happened in this chamber this evening, something beautiful happened. And that is, we sat here in this chamber, all of us listening to each other, 5-minute speeches, hearing each other out, diverse views, wrestling with a complicated issue. It's really the first time that's happened in the 12 years I've served in the Senate. We need to restore the process of struggling with America's issues together on the floor of the Senate. That's the Senate I saw when I first came here as an intern for my home state senator in 1976. That's the Senate that I saw when I worked for Congress in the 1980s. That's the Senate that has disappeared. There is a conversation going forward between Democrats and Republicans to restore the ability to hold debate on the floor, to restore the ability to have amendments on the floor, so that we deliberate and wrestle with, in a very public and transparent fashion, the big issues. So let's take this moment when we're rethinking how to restore the institutions of our government, to restore and improve how this Senate operates, to deal
No
with
shit.
ahead of us, so that this moment is a moment where we come together
Nice.
rather than be divided. Where in a bipartisan fashion, we craft a strategy to restore issues to the floor, bills and amendments and debate and decisions before the public. So, out of a dark moment,
Nice job.
a bright light, a renewal.
I'm doing for you, for your
That is
sanity.
a moment much needed.
I'm not doing so bad this game. We do have an 07 on our team, which is interesting.
The executive branch, as we, on the 20th of
Wow.
January, welcome new leadership. And it's a moment much
That's just
needed for
dumb.
us to restore the Senate,
Why is that in
the
the game?
deliberative body, once
What this guy's feeding?
respected around the world. Let's defend these ballot boxes, both from the hooligans
Weave,
outside and
weave, 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 weave,
and let us come
weave.
together and restore the Senate.
That's how you live, motherfucker.
Vision.
Dude, if anyone saw that, tell me I didn't just play that perfectly. Oh my god.
I yield the floor.
President?
Tell me I didn't just play that perfectly. Somebody clip that. Oh my god. Never mind, I died.
President,
It was good, though.
free, fair elections are the lifeblood of our democracy.
How do I clip? What do I type in the chat?
Are serious. I think we'll all agree. But calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations, and then they require proof. We have
You could
neither
just
here.
type a thing. Hans was
Those are not
doing
my
it.
words.
Or Drew, one of them.
Those are the words of a judge on the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, rejecting President Trump's legal challenges to the Pennsylvania election. Might add, a judge who was a longtime member of the Conservative Federalist Society and was nominated to the bench by none other than Donald Trump.
Oh, there he is.
Mr. President, the 2020 president.
Dude, that was fire. I don't know how you clip.
We'll all agree. But the American
I figured it
people
out.
spoke clearly and they spoke decisively. 81.2 million voters voted for Joe Biden.
Why doesn't anyone want a spear to the face?
74.2 million
Shit hurt.
voted for Donald Trump. 51.3% of the vote went for Joe Biden. 46.8% of the vote was for Donald Trump.
Oh.
306 electoral college votes for Joe Biden.
Well, that was not good. That was very not good.
That was
Just 4 years
disgusting,
earlier,
man.
Donald Trump referred to that kind of outcome as a landslide for him. And he lost a popular vote by 3 million votes. But accepting the outcome of an election can be difficult when our political party doesn't win. We've all felt that before.
That dude is so fucking bad. Did you see
Calling an
that?
election unfair does not make it so.
No.
More than 60 federal and state courts involving more than 90 judges, many of whom were nominated by Republican presidents, including Donald Trump, are all in agreement. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? All in agreement. No evidence of widespread fraud, wrongdoing, or other irregularities have been uncovered during the 2020 election.
Anti-synergy ultis.
That is a victory for democracy, for our democracy. Unfortunately, some of our colleagues today asked us to do the same thing that Donald Trump asked of the Secretary of State for the state of Georgia, to overturn the results of the 2020 election without specific allegations and,
Look cool.
more importantly,
Your flash is
without
so much more important
any
than the other guys.
Look cool.
Our colleagues are asking us not to abide by the will of the people, but to bend to the will of one man. One man. Donald Trump. In 1787, delegates from the 13 colonies convened in Philadelphia.
Did you need it?
The future of what would
yeah,
become the United States of America.
I didn't want them to take it.
Our founders disagreed on a lot of things. But you know, they all agreed on one thing for sure. They did not want a king.
God, I do know
Damn, that almost hurt his shield.
Many of them had been there, done that. They didn't want to see it and feel it again. And they set up this intricate system of checks.
Dude, I'm fucking fast as fuck,
We
boy.
would never have that all-powerful king in this country. That system of checks and balances is being pushed to a dangerous limit here today. But that system will prevail. Along with it, our democracy.
I love how it almost breaks his shield. I don't want to surrender.
And that our colleagues lend credence to here today. That
Why did that guy want to surrender?
Venezuela, Cuba,
Oh, he's 1 in 10.
China rigged our country's voting machine in favor of Joe Biden.
What's he been playing?
That dead people voted in this election.
Just don't play if you're gonna be that bad.
Voted for Joe Biden. That poll watchers and election observers who risked their lives
Oh, nice. That's Pog.
to uphold the integrity of our elections, stuffed ballot boxes with Biden votes, and then they shredded Trump votes.
What?
Not one.
Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. That was terrible.
No evidence. Back up these ridiculous claims.
I upgraded 2 items.
Many of these absurd claims from Donald Trump and his legal team are nothing more
I should have voted yes.
conspiracy theories
No,
circulating
shut up. I don't like that
online.
attitude.
This misinformation and dangerous rhetoric from the president and his allies, including calls for violence,
I don't know how they didn't die.
have polluted our discourse and imperiled our peaceful transfer of
You're
power.
having a stroke.
When our colleagues show indifference or outright support for these unsubstantiated claims and conspiracy theories, they lead our nation and our Constitution down a dangerous
Saw you, dog.
all of us who
I can't move.
to support and defend our Constitution.
Sean.
I swore that
Sean Don.
flight officer many times to midshipmen before that. But all of us here have sworn to support and defend our Constitution, not our political party, and certainly not any individual candidate. Colleagues, for the safety of our citizens and our republic, we must lead by example. We must turn.
Oh, wow. I don't know how that got on me.
It was a hard-fought campaign. The campaign is over.
Oh, shit.
The votes have been counted.
Get your ass back out of that bush, you bitch. No. I'll clip the other one.
January 20th,
How'd
Joe
I do
Biden
it?
and Kamala Harris will be sworn in as president and vice president,
Chill. That's a lot of clips, dude.
as they should be.
A lot of clips.
We have serious and urgent challenges that will require working together with our new president, our new vice president, with one another in this
Oh,
chamber,
that landed out of the
Republicans,
max damage.
Independents, and with our colleagues over in the House of Representatives. What's on our to-do list? Well, we can start with making sure that hundreds of millions of Americans get vaccinated.
Oh, that's it?
That we get off
Damn, dude, we actually might get some
vaccinating.
we might actually get some real stimulus, some real substantial stimulus in the next month.
How are we ever going to get to 250 million at this rate?
We might all get 2K, dude. That'd be so fire.
We're getting our kids back to school. We got kids that are unable to get on the internet, unable to participate in their classes. They may not have any
These guys are
supervision
getting
at home.
destroyed
They're struggling.
right
They're
now.
falling even further behind. We need to do something to help them. What else is on our to-do list?
Sean never die.
Giving their parents
Sean never die. Dude.
As long as y'all
So all the millions of people lost jobs and they don't have skills anymore to
Wait,
do
what?
the jobs that
You
are
got
needed.
GP and?
They need our help. They need to be retooled
Crazy.
and retrained. It's time to stop trying to overturn the will of the people and get back to working on their behalf.
If I can't just get this tower out of our way.
A couple times here tonight, but he observed at the end of the Gettysburg Address that ours is, quote, a government of the
Yo, we're
people,
turning this shit around.
by the people, and for the people. Even in the midst of his Civil War, President Lincoln put his unwavering weight and his unwavering faith
Oh, I died.
in the people to chart our nation's course.
Oh, shit.
And significant election
Is it
fraud
back?
You know it's there, you're fucked.
We even have a recording and a transcript
Is
of
it back?
It's President
No.
Trump talking like a
Banned.
mafia boss to the Georgia
Got
Secretary
banned.
of State, a Republican no less, pressuring and threatening him to fix the election.
Oh god,
in
I'm
Trump's
banned,
favor,
dude.
And holding out the
Something went
prospect
wrong.
of
We
criminal
couldn't find that clip.
prosecution.
Otherwise,
Whoa.
he
doesn't.
You banned
Finally,
me.
11,780 votes, Trump said. Well, someone should find Donald Trump
I
a
can still
real
see those
lawyer
clips.
and measure him for an orange jumpsuit because the list of statutes that this latest
Twitch
shocking
having just a
presidential
network problem?
phone call may
Oh, I
violate
guess so.
is
It says
too
I'm
long
live
to
again all of a
respond.
sudden.
The president's words on that phone call, indeed, his conduct
Okay.
since the election,
second one's a good
demand
clip,
a
by the way.
serious response. One much more serious than the sham before us today.
You gonna play the Aaron?
Federal and
I
state
like the
law
question-
enforcement
I like the
authorities
question
should
mark clip, dude.
investigate Donald Trump.
Oh god.
Election fraud,
It's good, it's
extortion,
good, it's good timing.
conspiracy,
That was ass.
and whatever other charges
check out
fit
that
the
timing on
bill.
that one.
That
And
was
if
omega
warranted,
ass.
Indict and try him for any crimes he has committed. Second,
Going, what's
we-
it?
So,
I'm making it nice, short, and sweet.
Stuffed ballot boxes with Biden
get in or
votes.
you?
Then they
Yeah, I'm
shredded
getting in.
Trump votes.
Block should be home in like 5 minutes. Too.
It ends right when I
So
die.
good.
Biden votes and they shredded
I didn't want
Trump
to give you
votes.
time to say don't put that.
That's pretty bad.
Boxes with Biden votes and
Damn, the quality's really good though. I'm surprised with the quality.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
stuffed
I
ballot
like that
boxes
clip
with
a lot,
Biden votes
actually.
and then they shredded
You're so excited. You're so happy, and then you.
I guess I could have healed. Yeah, I thought I was gonna get a free double kill.
Biden votes and
That's it.
then they shredded Trump.
Damn, that hurted.
Like the perfectly cut screams type shit situation.
Yeah, kind of nailed it. Put this.
I'm in it. Let's go. Make fun playing Valorant. Why don't he join the Discord anymore, dude? We're not friends?
I don't know. He likes to listen to the game.
Kinda
Seems
weird.
like. Well, no, I think it helps.
It's very helpful. But, you know, who actually cares?
Jay cares a lot, but I think he also has a different Discord.
And will remain a danger to
Oh.
our Constitution
Where he plays
and our
Valorant.
democracy. So while time is certainly limited, we should impeach Trump again and bar him from holding office in the future. And finally, we should abolish the
change your
electoral
Discord, Mike?
college. It is a
No.
vestige of a racist Jim
Doesn't sound
Crow
weird.
America,
It
and
does sound
we
weird.
have outgrown it.
I unplugged and plugged this one in into a different place, so it probably got
one
reset.
person, one vote.
Where are my settings?
Election fraud and reform are very serious issues.
What?
Election reform absolutely should be debated in Congress.
which is why instead of today's kabuki theater, I invite my Republican colleagues to stand up and say yes.
Just a
We need to
kabuki theater.
protect and expand voting rights and
That's
election
just right.
security. We need automatic
I'm like,
voter
fuck
registration. We need online voter registration. We need same-day voter registration. We should make Election Day a federal holiday. We should restore voting rights to people with prior felony convictions. We should support independent redistricting commissions. Let's spend our time on the floor debating that, debating how to reduce the influence of big money in our political system, to slow the revolving door between government officials and lobbyists, to stop gerrymandering and voter suppression.
I should've
That's
went
the
the
real
fucking
election
blue.
reform that we should be debating and supporting, not these shameful, craven, baseless objections. More than 350,000 Americans have died from the coronavirus. That is the truth.
Yeah, it turns out to get the quality like actually like good, you have to be like 5,000 bitrate.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what
you gotta be like, I'm at 5,600 now.
Saves lives.
Dude, like honestly, I don't see why not just put it as high as possible, and then like whatever it can get to is whatever it'll try to get to.
Donald Trump lost. That is.
Even if you lose some, you're still high. I don't know if that's how it works. But
Because it's fucking, it's taking it from your fucking.
Affirm our democracy.
it was just upload. Upload doesn't matter.
Oh,
Kamala
true.
Harris will rightfully be sworn in on January 20th as the president.
As long as you can get a little bit through, you're fine.
Like, doesn't it actually just hurt your computer?
The
somewhere? I'm
senator
trying to
from
think.
Connecticut is recognized.
Maybe not.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Just electricity.
Today was a stomach-churning, gut-wrenching moment in our history.
Bit rate.
And
Crank
truly,
that shit
it was
up
an
all the
assault
way.
on the heart of our democracy. And I want to join in thanking the first
I think
responders
my
and police.
fucking.
But I also
There
want to
hasn't been
thank
anything problem with
others
my,
who have been heroes
shit
of our
lately, so-
democracy,
You
unsung
what?
in many instances.
My streams haven't been
All
having
the
any
election
lag or anything,
officials,
so.
all the
Oh, okay.
poll workers,
Well, whenever there's action, if your bitrate's low, it gets super
members of
pixelated.
boards of election who actually counted
Well,
the
mine's like at
votes,
4,500.
who went to the polls
Definitely
to
not
make
low bit
sure
rate.
that votes could be cast, and who ultimately stood firm for the integrity of that voting system. I want to thank the judges. There are now about 90 of them who, except for one or two who ruled the other way on a technicality, have stood firm for the integrity of that voting system. In those 60 to 70 cases,
It's all popping off.
except for that one, ruled on a technicality, they went with the integrity of our voting system and the rule of law. Today was indeed disgusting and sickening. It was
Oh my god.
and despicable.
This shit wild.
It was heartbreaking. But it was not surprising. In fact, today's assault on our democracy, the mob violence, the riots, the thugs and goons who were inspired and incited by the President of the United States,
They won't catch me.
all were of a piece with these
Another TF.
of a president who has no respect for the truth or the rule of law. Donald Trump's presidency is coming to a close in the very same
Skin is
way it
goofy.
began, with an attack on
That was really unfortunate for that guy.
2016, the
I
Trump
don't think the Vigar hit anybody either.
hostile foreign interference with our election, and the president refused to acknowledge that he would accept the results of the election if he lost. And then, again and again and again, he demonstrated his contempt for the rule of law and for the laws themselves.
No fear.
He obstructed justice. And he
Oh
would
my
have been charged
God.
had he not been the President of the United States. He invited a foreign government to interfere in our elections and find dirt on his
Aww. I don't went brazy on it.
And most disturbing, these actions by a president We demonstrated that contempt for the rule of law were met with silence from many political leaders, our colleagues here in the Senate among them. Silence in the face of that contempt for the rule of law and disrespect.
Come here, yeet. Why did I land?
So we could have seen today coming. In fact, we did. I warned about it, others did, because
I need
the
six.
fantasies and falsehoods that drove those rioters,
Sean.
not protesters,
Yeah,
the mob
His health.
assaulted the temple of democracy, were fueled by the president's misstatements and lies and contempt for the truth. And he was enabled.
I'm about to die.
He had enabled.
Sean, there's a... Oh, never mind.
So today we are stopping in one instance.
It's so cold with it.
Oh, dicks.
We must also make sure to stop it going forward. And
Bro, you're so lucky I'm not 6.
brought us here today
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
offers
I'll
no
be
great
flashing
solace,
down on that
as it
motherfucker.
will.
What?
These stunts
What?
have consequences. We say words have consequences. And the actions
you're going.
today
Aw.
will have significant
Oh!
consequences.
Yeah, I was about to say.
They are an attack
Samira.
on our democracy that undermines the core tenet
that?
of our American government.
The
And
further one.
a disrespect for the will of the people and a peaceful transition of power. Stunts themselves driven by opportunism. Blaze a path.
I got fucking annihilated. Oh, that's sad. I wish I could do something about that.
The dictatorial instincts and actions of this president
I don't have enough mana to get off a full combo.
by more effective would-be tyrants intent on destroying our republic. Yes, we have more important
Yeet.
tasks.
Get your ass down. Oh, I missed him, dude. I got
we should be
stunned.
addressing as well. The pandemic.
That was not smart.
Today, we must be mindful of
I didn't get
the
that
threat
E
to
off.
our
I was trying to
democracy
be greedy and I got
that
stunned.
we face down. And we come together on a bipartisan basis.
Bad throw.
But silence is never excusable in the face of lawlessness at the very top of our political structure. Thank you, Mr. President. You
Mr. President.
The senator from Delaware is recognized.
Mr. President, I have a question for all of my colleagues this evening.
Opening
which is
up
what
Facebook was a
happened
mistake.
here today? And how is it different from what we expected as we assembled in this chamber early this afternoon?
Oh my god, I'm so bad.
Much sadly, much like the impeachment trial of just a year ago. I think as many of us slogged our way to the nation's capital and
Oh, hey, Block.
dutifully filed into this chamber,
Hey, what up, dude?
we expected
Catch me at twitch.tv/Professor
hours
Alden.
of debate and discussion,
I'm live now.
knowing the outcome, knowing that what was being engaged in by a handful of our colleagues was a political stunt, feeding the ego of our president who is chasing conspiracy theories about how he actually won the election 2 months ago that he lost, and indulging his belief that somehow, the Congress could still at the last moment snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Even in the last day, President Trump had been haranguing his own incredibly loyal Vice President, Mike Pence, as if somehow Vice President Pence would simply declare him president today. We knew that President Trump had been stirring up the spirits of thousands, urging them to come to Washington. We had an inkling that he might go out and speak to them. But I don't think as we filed into this chamber, any of us expected that for the second time in our republic's history, the perimeter of this Capitol would be breached, members of the Senate would be rushed to safety, that not just the Capitol Police, but U.S. Marshals and FBI officers and fully combat-geared soldiers would be in the United States Capitol, taking it back from a riotous mob of thugs. Just a few moments ago, I went to the rotunda
You got
to see
debated.
the litter and the trash
Wait. Oh.
and the remnants
That
of
guy.
those who took
All right,
over
I got
this
Night
nation
Harvester now.
today,
We're good. That's all I
and to say
needed.
thank you to the men and women of law enforcement who helped secure it
Dude.
after it
They have
fell
so much fucking
to an
damage.
angry mob. But folks, we have to think about the consequences of what happened here today. Why this happened and what it means and what it teaches. Because frankly, tonight, now, the whole world is watching. The
swear that guy
entire
thinks he's
world
actually
is
good.
watching a montage of scenes of folks cavorting in the Capitol.
For now. Who
Half
thinks he's
naked men
good?
taking that seat, scrawling things on different surfaces, parading up and down the Capitol corridors with a Confederate flag, with a Trump flag.
No,
and in
die.
other ways signaling
Why is he still
that they
alive?
have done something significant.
Good.
No, in fact, what they've actually done is weakened our democracy,
Makes me cringe.
showed some of its fragility, and encouraged our opponents around
thanks.
the world. In the last 2 months since the election, we have one man who has abandoned his post, who has mostly spent his
More
time
hooks.
golfing and tweeting and
Oh,
indulging himself in conspiracy theories and been
More
less
hooks.
and less attuned to our national security and to a raging pandemic. And another man, our president-elect, who is preparing to take over the responsibility for leading this country out of this pandemic and out of its current state of deep, deep division. President
bro,
Trump has
you
abandoned his
missed.
post. He does not
True.
deserve to be president any longer. And he poses a real and present threat to the future of our democracy. But let me also say this to my colleagues, half of whom changed their intended vote today after seeing what happened in the Capitol. There were, as we began, roughly 13 senators, Republicans, who said they were going to vote against the certification of the election. And when we actually finally called the roll, it was just 6. 7 of them having been chastened by the events of today. But 2 who continue on this quest, clerks for the Supreme Court Chief Justice, are deeply schooled in the law, know better than what they did today. And in the count and the debate going on over in the House, even now, more than 100 House Republicans continue with this effort. On this floor,
I can never tell if the
earlier
Sheka's real. I don't know why.
there were strong and clear and brave speeches by Republicans and Democrats alike.
Thanks.
So I have a question as we move forward. When will this fever, when will we finally say to each other, enough is enough of indulging and following populism and demagoguery? Is it time to finally show who the leaders are
Oh, I missed that.
and to uphold our Constitution that every
speaking about that,
one of the
so many
House members
souls.
and a third of us swore to uphold just 3 days ago? I will tell you as I look
Question
ahead
mark, Doc.
that I am confident that 2 weeks from
No,
now,
I missed it.
Joseph Biden will be sworn in as the next president, Kamala Harris sworn in as the next vice president, and we have a unique moment in my lifetime. Because as presidents and leaders in the Senate of both parties over the last decades have observed, the Senate has steadily shrunk in its significance,
no
its role,
magic,
and its
dude.
power, and the presidency
work
has
on
steadily
that.
grown. Not in my lifetime, not since LBJ, have we had an incoming president who spent 36 years in this chamber. We have a chance with Joe Biden, a president-elect who ran on bringing our country together, a president-elect who ran on turning the page from our moment of national division, a president-elect who respects and honors and understands the significance of
Oh Lord.
So we have to take this
Oh Lord. He gonna die. Oh wait, he's scaring.
to hear each other, to compromise, to work together, and to see the real challenges facing the American people.
Oh, I died before I
Take this last
got unCC'd.
moment. What happened here today
Womp
should
womp.
leave all of us gravely concerned about the health and the future of our democracy.
Mira.
And the
You don't need to
opportunity
click
we
that,
will
bro.
have
They
2
put
weeks
the
from today
fucking shackle
is
box, I
one we
guess, on
should
it.
not let
Real
pass us
one.
by.
Got him
Thank
though.
you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. President, more than 350,000
Hey,
of our
Liz
loved
Warren,
ones
what's up?
have died from a terrible
Okay,
disease.
well, Fucked
Small
up a little bit.
businesses have gone under, never to reopen. Millions have lost their jobs. And too many families don't know how they're going to pay the rent or put groceries on the table. It is tough out there. But Americans
I don't even know if this is real.
And despite all the challenges, in November, they did what Americans do when they are unhappy with their leadership.
Never mind, I'm fine.
They voted for change. They turned their backs on a sitting president who fans the flames of hatred while bodies pile
I
up.
don't think that one's real.
Instead,
I don't think that's real.
a new president
that's
who
really
wants
easy.
to save lives, to save our economy, and to save our democracy. Even as the pandemic raged, Americans showed up for democracy. States worked overtime to set up safe systems, ballot drop boxes, and early voting, and gallons of hand sanitizer. Voters mailed their ballots earlier, put on masks, and stood in line at the polls. The election of 2020 shattered voting records. So here we are on the floor of the United States Senate in the aftermath of an historic election held in the middle of a pandemic. People are suffering, and we should be working to get them the help they need.
Elijah.
Instead, we are here
So
because
I think
Donald
a
Trump
really
wants
good
to
way for you to get
overturn the
famous
results
or
of
to
that
get that
election.
publicity that you're looking
The
for,
Republicans
we
objecting
clip
to
some of the
results of this
conversations
election
and put them
will
in
be
TikToks.
judged by history.
Oh wow, you might be onto something.
Judged as well.
Yo, I think you're really onto something.
Small
Stand
excerpts
up for
that are
our
fucking
democracy,
hilarious.
Oh, that was fake. That was fake-o.
We just need to time them.
Yeah, you're right. That was literally the whole reason I started recording, but that's a really good idea. I should just start like writing down whatever time it's at. Yeah, they do. Especially when they're funny. They're like actually funny. Especially considering how starved for actual fucking funny shit is on TikTok.
Dude, the world is memes are the world's like funny jar.
We conceded and we got out of the race because that is how democracy works. None of us lied about the results. We didn't throw temper tantrums. We didn't tell our allies in Congress or the states to overturn the results. We didn't feed poisonous propaganda to our supporters. We didn't urge people to march on state capitals or to descend.
Oh my god. Oh, so slow on that. That was dumb.
Will of the voters. And it's not just us.
Dude, Elizabeth Warren is going off right now.
Who has run for president since the beginning of America. Only once in America's history have the
actually
people
such a good
who
idea.
lost tried to
What?
burn down our
TikToks?
democracy on the way out.
Yeah, dude, because
They
not
caused
only
a
does that,
civil
like,
war that nearly destroyed
once you build that,
our
it'll
nation.
compound, right? Because
Make
once you
no
get enough
mistake,
TikToks with enough
the
following,
violence
you can
we
then create
witnessed
TikTok
in this
compilations and
chamber
upload
today
them to YouTube.
was
And then
the
they just double down
That
on
was
each
a
other.
TikTok compilation.
lies that Donald Trump
You don't know about that?
Again
They'll
and
take like a
again
bunch of funny
for
ass
more than
TikToks,
2 months.
sometimes
His
from multiple people,
words
sometimes
have
from a single
consequences.
content
Our
creator, and they'll
democracy
upload them onto
has
YouTube.
been
That way it's just back to back to back to back,
grievously injured by
like 10
this
second
lying
videos.
That's pretty clutch.
This
Yeah, dude, just
effort
double
to
down on
Saves
your
you the
content.
time of scrolling
is not
yourself.
merely one last presidential tantrum.
Well, I mean,
This effort
Isn't that kind of what TikTok is?
knock out the
not
basic
everybody
pillar
is on
on
TikTok
which
though, so
democracy
this is a way to
is
reach
founded.
people that aren't.
The
on.
idea
for the
Right there on TikTok.
not the sitting president,
Yo, Garen's
and
doing his
not
thing.
the members of Congress.
Yo, can I just
but
share a
the
TikTok?
voters
There's one
decide
TikTok
who
that I
will
have
lead this
that
nation.
reminds me so
A
much of this
democracy
fucking
in which the
You share
elected
it on your
leaders
Discord,
do
you're
not
able to do
bend
it.
to the
Oh my god, my E was up.
is no
Hey, just
democracy.
share it with
It is a
Discord.
I could have popped off, but
An option.
state.
I'm sorry.
And
Under the
those
share.
who pursue this effort are
I think
supporting
maybe, I don't know.
others.
I've never used it.
I
You can
urge
copy
my
its link.
colleagues to vote
Yeah.
no
There's no
to this
links.
effort
Copy
to
the link as well.
overthrow
TikToks don't have links.
They
I
do,
yield, Mr.
actually.
President.
Apparently.
The
Alright,
senator
dynamite.
from Alaska is recognized.
There you go, dude. There's my TikTok link.
The Senate stand in recess, subject to the
That
call of
fucking
the chair.
TikTok reminds me so much
Without
of you
objection.
guys. Like, that's exactly what we would say. It reminds me of like Bobby talking, and then our response to Bobby talking.
Is there someone saying some retarded shit?
Exactly. Oh my god. Get it. Fucking annoying. Yo, I need Fizz here.
Come here. You
Oh my
missed.
god.
Would you have hit it if I was there?
No. No, I'm yelling at myself. What the fuck? I was
I'm just
so
wondering.
bad.
Fuck, I
Oh.
missed.
That's the real one. He's in the flesh.
Be there for me if I was going through something.
Oh, I've seen that. That's funny.
Absolutely not.
I absolutely cannot wait.
No, why are you W?
Knowing that I can change that outcome. Yeah, bro. Go in. Pop off.
Are you typing his chat?
No.
Oh, okay. Like, I don't see it, so I thought I was like...
Oh, that's straight.
Yo, Elijah, do you know what the fuck am I trying to say? App, software, whatever the fuck it is that Drew is using to get that stat breakdown?
Stat breakdown.
Yeah, of his investments. It breaks
I
down
didn't see any of
US
that.
dollar. Oh.
What are you talking about?
It was after you guys were. It's on the Stonk chat, and it was after you guys were talking about.
It breaks it down?
Yeah, he's got like this thing that he posted where it says US dollar, USD coin, stellar, lunar.
Oh, God. Oh, fuck. The Fox news stream just went bonkers, dude. This shit is loud. Hold on.
Luckily I have the media.
What the fuck? What the other one? They're both gone.
Oh. Okay. See, dude.
Is it just over? Oh, what the
Yo,
fuck?
you need to move, bro.
Is it just over? Did I watch all that for that conclusion? I thought there was gonna be something satisfying. I keep missing. Dick. Nope, CNBC's got it. Maybe somebody firebombed Fox News.
Oh man, was that today?
Damn, you got
I
blown
missed
the
it.
fuck up.
Fuck.
Hey, I like
the Brotherhood's not gonna be very happy.
I like that. Let's do.
Oh. Fuck. Nice.
Bees.
Don't kill it.
Boom, boom, boom.
Whoa.
That actually killed. Damn. I did not expect that, honestly.
Oh my god.
Alright, you got right, bro.
I literally like doubled back into the fucking stun. That was so dumb.
You and your big ass TV just in the background.
The TV's kind of a nice touch if I put something cool on it.
Yeah, dude. I mean, honestly, you could use that as a literal like background.
Yeah. How did I do that much damage? That was ridiculous. I have 1,500 gold now.
Bro, Fizz is such a bullshit champion. Watching you play this makes me upset.
I just walked up to the tower and ended the game.
Like,
I used that sequence to just end the entire game.
the number of times that I've had that fucking fish walk up to me and just WQE me.
You're just like, what the hell? That's my whole health bar. That's all of it.
Like 100 to 0'd, and like, by the way, for like 1.5 seconds of that, I'm literally invulnerable.
Yeah, pretty much immune.
Okay, I bet. Fuck a tower, fuck a skill shot. You better have a tether, bro. On hold. Oh, I'm patching. Hopefully it doesn't take too long.
Don, you done?
Yeah, I'm out.
Just one and two and done.
Yeah, I'm chilling today.
Feel that.
Okay. Oh, that's Coinbase.
Yeah, that's. I was about to say it's probably just one of the coin things.
It's literally Coinbase.
Oh, Coinbase.
That's what they use to trade
Coinbase.
Let's see.
It's got a good interface. I really like it compared to Binance.
Yeah, but it's Chinese as hell, man.
I still fucking can't even remove my coins from it.
Why?
Like it errors and then the error goes away within like a half a second and I can't read the error.
Madam Speaker,
And then I have to
the Vice President and the United
I have to
States
validate
Senate.
my email and phone number again just to get the error a half second again.
Oh god, wait, something's happening.
So I did like 4 times and I couldn't read it and I was like, fuck it. What's
These
going
are
on?
children carrying the ballots?
What happened?
A little late for that. Did they? Hey, are they done? Did they not? Fucking
No, I think there's a
veto
recess
the
or something, but it looked like they just carried a bunch of ballots in or some shit. No, I think both of them voted to not go with the override. So now I think they reconvene. And then they move on to start counting the next ones. Dude, it's so late. They're supposed to object on 5 more.
But that's what a lot of Republicans like that Marco Rubio guy. He's like, that's what his speech was about. He said it was essentially just I hear myself, so it's like I have to wait for myself to stop talking.
Oh yeah, I just
Yeah. And it's not going to do anything.
And yeah, that's the other factor. And looks like they're all like mourning.
I know. Is there any sound coming from this? Yeah, there is. It's just quiet.
Dude, I mean, a woman died in that building. Like, not 4 hours ago.
Yeah, but who the fuck cares?
Still cleaning up blood from this building from when somebody died.
It's wild.
I mean,
but
this is just like the theoretical
fucking Trump's hand.
Yeah, this is the theoretical consequences that everybody's been talking about. Like now they're actually like real. I mean, they've been real the whole time, but
I gotta play Arabs?
yeah.
I mean, it's 100% his fault. I mean, that's all there is to it. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, not.
I mean, also the media's, but yeah.
Dude, 100%.
I mean, it's like, yeah, it's like, I guess it's 100% his and 100% the other people's too.
Yeah, I mean, some of the blame has to go on the retards that actually went out there, but like.
Not really. No,
the very first. It's a big cause and effect type situation. He's the cause, and that's the effect right there.
Yeah, that is.
100% he was the cause. Sure, there's always an effect, and you have to actually do what he's saying, but like.
Hey, but if you go back even further, what caused his narcissism? Whatever caused that is what really caused this, and you can go back even further than that. Determinism.
He's just earlier. He's an earlier stage to the woman going there. You just see what I'm saying?
I mean, really, is the Big Bang.
Saying,
If you think about it.
So is the Big Bang. Exactly. The Big Bang caused all of this.
The universe.
Literally, the Big Bang caused every single thing that's happening right now.
Literally. Fucking Big Bang, dude. Sick.
Fucking
Jacob.
Yeah, it prefers to go by the term of God, guys.
No.
Oh, fucking give
Big
me.
Bang.
Oh, that was a random. Wait, we didn't get.
Why do you want Skarner?
Me. I'm at 66%.
Well, who started it?
Did you have any intention on telling us that you weren't here?
Wait, who started it?
I think I started it.
Why would you start it?
Why would you accept it? Shut the fuck up.
I didn't know. I thought Vlog was in here. Why else would you start it?
Dude, you had the fucking. God damn it.
Yeah, me too, dude.
I mean, if we're gonna dodge, some dodge. We have
It's
to wait
15
for Mark
minutes. Fuck
anyway.
that.
Oh, 15 minutes to wait?
Wait, Sebastian's here?
What?
Yeah, it's ARAM. It's ARAM. You can't dodge ARAMs.
Holy.
I mean, at that point, it's gonna probably take 15 minutes. So.
All right, Big Brain Conspiracy. Those are all actually Biden supporters. But
People have been saying this all day.
That's what they're saying.
Trump
That's literally
People
what
have been saying this all day.
There was one speaker that.
Dude, there was a
pretty much
fucking. It was either no, it was a guy from the House of Representatives was saying that shit.
No, that was a senator. I'm pretty sure.
No, I switched back.
Congress to count the electoral vote.
I switched to the fucking House stream. Apparently, they're both going on
Tellers
at
having
the same
taken their
time.
seats.
Oh,
Two
so that
houses
was
retired
the one,
to
the crazy
consider
motherfucker that was.
Yeah, he was in the House. That's why everyone was groaning whenever he was talking.
An objection has been filed. The Secretary of the Senate will report
That was the House?
action.
That guy's
to the Senate.
delusional.
Oh, yeah, that was
wild.
Nancy Pelosi. You're right.
In the Senate of the United States,
Dude,
order.
honestly, I gotta thank Trump. I've learned so much about politics in the last 6 months. Gotta give him that.
The electoral votes cast in
Very
the state of
interesting.
Arizona for Joseph
It's like psychology plus society. It's really interesting.
I fucking hate that shit.
The clerk of the House will report the action.
I don't know what there is to hate.
I talked to my mom earlier today, and she did not. She was not happy.
That the House of Representatives rejects the objection to the electoral vote of the state of
Pretty
Arizona.
much what I have. That's pretty much how it
Why
goes.
am I pretty sure Sebastian's a Nazi now? After saying that, I feel like you have really harmful opinions. That's usually what a guy who has really bad opinions says. Yeah, I don't know. Black people really should just get their own place. That's all I'm saying. They should just find their own place to go. They stop sagging their pants.
Damn it, no.
This certificate from
you might be
Arkansas, the parliamentarians advised.
Every time I say something, people get worked up. Just Jewish people run everything.
And that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Texas politics.
There's a lot of ways.
It's just
There's a lot of ways to go about talking about politics.
Really, there's
Mr.
only one way to
President,
go about
the
talking
certificate
politics.
of the electoral
There's a
vote
lot
of the
of
state
ways
of
to go about it.
Arkansas
You can
seems
either
to
go
be in
in
regular,
offensive, defensive,
I guess you can do
irregular,
English,
uniform, and
Spanish.
authentic. And it appears therefrom
Sure, I mean, if you
Donald
want to
J.
take that
Trump
into
of
account,
the state of Florida
that's also
received
it. But
6
I mean,
votes for president,
there's
and
people
Michael
that go
R.
into
Pence
talking
of the
about
state of
politics
Indiana
already buttered.
received 6 votes for vice president.
That kind of.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of
Like, no
vote?
matter
what
State of
the other
Arkansas
person happens.
until it is verified?
All right, we're back to the part where they're verifying the election or the ballots. It's getting close.
This certificate from
Oh my
California,
God.
the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned
We
from
got
the state.
fucked.
And that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint
did
or
no damage to
ascertain
him.
electors.
Yeah, I scale.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral
Yo, I was playing a
vote
Nivea
of
bot.
the state of
That shit's
California, I
fun.
would say the great state of California, seems to be regular in form and authentic.
Having a
And it
support,
appears
fucking dope as
therefrom
hell, dude.
that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 55 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 55 votes for vice president.
Yeah.
Are there any objections to counting
Yo,
the
you
certificate
should,
of the vote
Can
of
we
the state of
trigger?
California that the teller has
I got you,
verified
hold on.
appears to be regular in form?
Yeah, Eli,
and
switch
authentic?
your shit.
Yeah, I don't.
Hearing none,
I'm cool with watching
this certificate from
but,
Colorado, the parliamentarians
I
advised
prefer
me
to
is
watch
the
the
only
league game.
certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return
God,
from the
that
state,
sh- oh,
and that has
man.
annexed to it a certificate
That
from an
individual
authority
is
of the
very
state purporting to
unaesthetically
appoint and
pleasing.
ascertain electors.
Looking at her makes me upset.
Ooh.
Fuck?
Mr.
Hey, yo,
President,
where they going,
the
boys?
certificate of the electoral vote of the state of
Don't like this
Colorado
Ooh,
is
Nancy Pelosi.
regular in form
Let's
and
go,
authentic.
boys.
They're
And it
fucking.
I'm
appears
going a little bit more to
therefrom
the
that
right for
Joseph
some
R.
reason.
Biden Jr.
That's
of
why
the
I
state of
left.
Delaware
Vámonos,
received 9
vámonos,
votes for
vámonos.
president.
This guy's
And Kamala
nice.
D.
Who's this
Harris
guy?
of the state of California
This guy just looks
received
angry.
9 votes for vice
I
president.
missed my.
We're currently at a place where
Certificate of the vote to the state of Colorado that the
if they can
teller has
get
verified
through,
appears to be regular in form
if
and
they can get through all of these, then it's like officially over.
Hearing none. This
For the
certificate
last,
from
for like the
Connecticut,
6th time.
parliamentarians advise me is the only certificate of vote from the state that
See,
purports
look,
to be returned from the
this
state.
guy's fine. This guy
and that
looks
has
okay.
annexed
Honestly,
to
I don't have a problem with Mike
authority of that
Pence.
state
He's just so
purporting to appoint
inoffensive, dude.
or ascertain electors.
The vice president block.
He's so inoffensive. He does nothing.
Look at his comb.
Mr.
Like,
President,
that's
the
some
certificate
well-combed
of
hair.
the electoral
Wait,
vote
where
of
the
the
fuck-
state
why
of
are they 6? And I'm
Connecticut
not.
seems to be
even
regular in
close.
form and authentic,
That tie
and
is
it
a nice
appears
tie, like,
therefrom
that's
that Joseph
good.
R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware
fuck you.
received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California
Yo, can we surrender?
received 7 votes for
Oh.
vice president.
I think it's a little early.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of
Eli,
the state of
switch to league.
Connecticut that the teller is
What do you mean switch to league?
On your fucking stream.
What's it on?
Fucking.
The TV? Oh god.
You don't hear me just commentating on these
Hearing
guys'
none.
faces as they go through
This
these fucking
certificate
stacks of
from
paper that I
Delaware,
don't
the
even
parliamentarians
hear because I have
advised me, is the only certificate
Oh my
of vote
god.
from the state
You dumbass.
to be returned from the state.
Well, I don't
and
want
it
to
has
hear
annexed
myself.
to it a certificate from an authority.
Wait,
of the state
is it fine now? Or I guess give it a
to
second,
ascertain
but
electors.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
it'll pop over. I'm busy looking at this.
Mr. President,
I'm
the
looking at this
certificate
chick
of the
who has
electoral vote of the state of
a
Delaware
mask that
seems to be
matches her
regular in
outfit,
form
and
and authentic. And it
I'm
appears
appeased by
therefrom
this. This
that
is good.
Joseph R. Biden Jr.
This is the correct
of
maneuver
the
to
state
do
of
when you're going
Delaware
to be in front
received
of the
3
entire
votes for
world.
president.
Yeah,
Kamala D.
you just didn't
Harris
think of the
of the
mask
state
that
of
we were wearing. It's
California
like,
received
bro,
3
that's
votes
not how you
for
wear a
vice
mask.
president.
Are there
Yeah,
any
there is
objections to counting the certificate of the vote
some
of the
goofy
state of
motherfucking
Delaware
mask.
that the teller's verified
Yeah,
appears to
I
be
was about to
regular
say, I
in
bet the
form
number
and
of people that have it below their nose is astounding.
No, I don't think they're allowed to here.
Yeah,
This
no,
certificate
they've
from
done
the
a good job of
District
that. It's just
Columbia,
like,
the parliamentarians advised me
it's like
is the only
painter's mask,
certificate
and they're
of
just
vote
like,
from the
Yeah,
district that
it looks like a drywall mask.
annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the district purporting to appoint or ascertain
Skirting the
electors.
line on that shit. That shit's dropping. You're about to get everybody
the
cozy. You better
certificate
put
of
that
the
shit back
electoral
up,
vote
boy.
of the District
It's
of
gonna drop
Columbia
below your
seems to be
nose.
regular in form and
Oh, Lord.
authentic.
You just
And
get
it
the
appears
tackle.
therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware
People take them off
received
all the
3 votes
time.
for president,
Bruh.
and Kamala D. Harris from the state of
Yeah, we have no
California
damage.
received
what do you guys
3
got?
votes for vice
Dude, it's all
president.
about adrenaline.
Give me a
Are
second,
there any
bro.
objections to counting the certificate
I
of vote
almost
of
have
the
my
District
right
of Columbia
eyes.
that the teller is verified appears to be
Yeah,
regular
I
in
got
form and authentic?
look, check it out.
What's
great.
none?
building?
This certificate
Oh, what's going on over here?
the parliamentarians advised me is the only
this is
certificate
awesome.
of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has
Aren't you
annexed to
building
it a
tank?
certificate from an authority of the state
Adrenaline,
purporting to
cup,
appoint
yep,
or ascertain
brutality.
electors.
Oh wait, this is my unofficial Penta?
President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the
Oh,
state
you're
of
dead as
Florida
fuck.
seems to be regular in form and
I had no items. I had not died yet. If I had had one back, I would have fucking
received
Pented.
29 votes
Back
for
earlier.
president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana
little fucking
received
eight.
29 votes for vice president.
I die when I die.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Florida that the
All
teller
right, Florida's gonna get counted. We're at F. We're getting through.
Ooh. Hearing none, this certificate
What the fuck is the item I'm trying to buy? Night Harvester. Harvester.
certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return.
Why can't I buy Night Harvester?
And that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
do that. Sit on the computer. It's my work laptop.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Georgia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
They only have 80,
does
by
the
the way,
gentleman
to
from
build
Georgia
armor.
Mr. President, myself, members of the
Yep.
Georgia delegation, and some 74
Yep.
of my Republican colleagues,
Yep.
and I object to the electoral
Damn, I
votes
don't
for
know
the
what
state of
anybody's
Georgia.
No, they're objecting to the fucking votes in Florida. No, Georgia? Florida?
Yeah, there's no way to Florida. They won Florida.
Actions by the Secretary of State
Oh, yeah, you're right. Georgia, yeah. They're
change
objecting
the state's
Georgia.
election process without approval.
Oh my fucking god, you're kidding.
By setting the stage for an unprecedented amount of fraud and
dude.
irregularities, and I have signed the objection myself.
No way.
Sections 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code require that any objection
shit.
be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of
Oh,
Representatives.
yeah. Dude, that was like literally 30 seconds ago.
Is the objection in writing and signed
The mobile one takes super long.
Mr. President, prior to the
I bet if I
actions
refresh,
and
I'll
events of
reduce
today,
that
we
delay.
did.
If you're on mobile, it's fucking, it's real long.
No, I'm on.
Senators have withdrawn their
Yeah,
objection.
they objected to Georgia.
I think it's
This is fucking tragic. Again.
he said
Oh, wait. What?
yeah,
Alright.
he repealed it, or he
Actions by
canceled
No, he
the
withdrew the
Secretary of
floor.
State
Yeah.
to unlawfully
Now I'm only a few
Hold on, hold on,
the
hold on.
state's election process without approval from the General Assembly, and thereby setting the stage for an unprecedented amount of fraud and irregularities, and I have signed the objection myself.
I signed the objection myself.
Sections 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
Mr. President, prior to the actions and events of today, we did, but following the events of today, it appears
Oh.
senators have withdrawn their objection.
There it is, dude. They,
Wow. Yo, you were right. That's fucking wild. It's wild. Let's go. Some guy objected, but after like
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained.
some guy objected to the votes being counted, and then Pence was like, it has to be signed by a member of the House, and the member of the House who signed it withdrew his signature after like somebody died at the Capitol building today.
Yeah. State that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to
Yeah,
it a
that's
certificate
actually
from an
lit.
authority of that
That's
state
good.
purporting to appoint
That is good.
ascertain electors.
Mr. President,
Y'all hurry up
the
and win all the
certificate
blame.
of the electoral
No, I
vote
tried
of the
to
state
surrender,
of
bro.
Hawaii seems to be regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom
This guy's voice is so
Joseph R.
high-pitched.
Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware
guys.
received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Hawaii that the teller has verified appears to be regular in
I object. Hawaii was rigged.
Hearing none, this certificate from Idaho, the parliamentarians
Damn, never mind.
advise me, is the only certificate of
Hawaii
vote
was
from the
chill.
state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state
this guy
purporting
beats
to
me.
appoint or ascertain electors.
I think we just lose, right? Yeah, cool.
Mr. President, the
glad we're there.
certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Idaho seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president.
Oh my god.
Mark Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Idaho that the teller has verified appear to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Illinois, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from
Dude,
that state,
parliamentary procedure is so cringe.
and that has annexed to it a certificate from an
Not based
authority
at
of
all.
that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Damn, am I gonna lose again?
Mr. President, The
You think it's-
certificate of the
you think
electoral
it's
vote
cringe?
of the state
I
of
don't know.
Illinois
Yeah.
I think it's
seems
really
to
well
be regular,
strategized.
informed,
I guess
and
I see where you're
authentic.
coming from with the cringe
And it
part,
appears
but I think-
therefrom
I
that
think it's
Joseph R. Biden
necessary.
Jr.
I think I know. I'm not saying it's not necessary or extremely valuable. It's cringe though.
Kamala D. Harris of the
Yeah,
state
okay,
of
but
California
I guess I can see
received
that.
20 votes for vice
Like,
president.
the necessity, the level of detail.
Are there any
that
objections to
is
counting the
required,
certificate of the vote of the state of Illinois that
is
the
just
teller is
cringe.
verified?
Yeah, exactly. It's like autism shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Hearing none.
Okay. I'm
This
behind
certificate from
you on that
Indiana,
one.
the parliamentarians advise me, is the only
You
certificate
better
of
get in
vote from
front,
that state
big boy.
that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a
Damn,
certificate
dude.
from an authority of that state
I envisioned
purporting
this
to
happening.
appoint and
The-
ascertain
the
electors.
Olaf thing is just pretty good too.
Oh, okay. That's not what I thought you were talking about.
Oh, well, I mean, you
Mr.
always
President,
pop up on
the
Chaco. That's not a
certificate of the electoral
not that
vote
either,
of the
but
state
I'll
of
take it.
Indiana
Oh, what are you-
seems to
what are
be
you talking
regular
about?
in
You're talking
form
about the
and
stream?
authentic. It appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida
different headspace,
received
that's per
11
usual.
votes for
Oh, hell
president,
yeah.
and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Indiana that the teller is verified?
Honestly, I don't think
Appears to be regular,
you guys got
informed, and
this one.
authentic.
You should just
Not at all. No. I mean, I truly don't think we got this one.
Oh, we're not gonna win it.
This certificate from Iowa, the parliamentarians
there's-
advise, is the only certificate
I
of
hear
vote from the
them
state
in my
that purports to be a
ears.
return from the state,
But
that has annexed to it
I
a
don't listen
certificate
to
from an
them.
authority
Ooh.
of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Iowa seems to be regular,
I
informed,
went
and
to
authentic.
fucking
And
Magic
it appears
Resist.
therefrom that
Let's
Donald
see.
J.
We're on
Trump
Iowa.
of
A,
Florida
B,
received
C,
6
D, E,
votes
F, G,
for
H,
president,
I.
and Michael R. Pence, the state of Indiana, received
Getting
6
there.
votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Iowa that the teller is verified?
And
Appears to be regular and authentic.
Iowa is chill.
Hearing none. This certificate from Kansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the
Forgot the other
certificate from
5
that state that purports to be a return from the
that
state.
they were gonna
Has
contest.
annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain.
I wish I had that list so I could look at it.
Oh, God.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Kansas seems to be regular in form and authentic. It appears therefrom
Wow.
that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Kansas? That the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic.
Yeah, and they have
Hearing
bigger
none.
tanks and more damage.
This certificate
I
from
think
the
if the
Commonwealth
game
of
went on long
Kentucky, the
enough, you guys would
parliamentarians
eventually.
advise me,
I
is
don't
the
know.
only certificate of
Maybe
vote
not.
from that state
They have Gnosis.
that purports to be a return from the
Gnosis
state.
is just strong as
Has
fuck,
annexed
right?
to it a certificate of authority of the state.
all we had to build
purporting
is
to
armor.
appoint or ascertain electors.
Right. Did you guys not? I still
Mr.
haven't been
President,
able
the
to look at the
certificate
builds.
of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky seems to be regular in form and
Yeah, we all had
authentic.
armor.
And it appears
Oh,
therefrom
well.
that Donald J. Trump of the
Well.
state of Florida received
Don't
8
worry-
votes
don't
for
worry about it,
president,
my guy.
and Michael R. Pence of the state of
That's a
Indiana
spicy one.
received 8 votes for vice
Don't worry about it, sweetheart. Don't worry about it.
Objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the Commonwealth of
Let's make
Kentucky.
this happen, team. Let's
Teller
get
is
in.
verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none.
Are
This
you able to
certificate from
offer
Louisiana, the
additional video
parliamentarians
quality
advise me, is
options
the only
on your
certificate of vote from that state.
Are you asking
To
me?
be returned from the state.
I only have one
Has
option.
annexed to it a
Yeah.
certificate
Oh,
of authority.
dude, I don't know. I had a bunch of options yesterday, but I only have one now, and I don't know if it's just for me or like how that shit works. But I think you get them when you get affiliate.
State of
It
Louisiana
once it
seems
says
to
it
be
once you get
regular
affiliate,
in
you
form
can
and authentic, and it
have,
appears
you can enable
therefrom
multiple options.
that Donald J. Trump
is
of the
kinda
state of
dumb
Florida
for
received
now.
8 votes for president.
But I guess it's
and
like
Michael
a
R. Pence
technical
of the
thing.
state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any
Maybe.
objections
I
to
mean, that just
counting the
seems like a feature
certificate of
that
the
a lot
vote
of
of the
people
state of
would want,
Louisiana?
so it would make sense that
That
they
the
would
teller
gauge
is
that
verified to
behind
be regular in form and authentic.
whatever.
They removed the Pog Jam. Do you know
Hearing
why,
none.
Eli? Did you check it out?
This
No.
certificate from Maine, the
Did you see the
parliamentarians
tweet that guy
advise,
made?
Oh yeah,
is the only
yeah. I
certificate of
did.
vote from that state that
Yeah.
That
purports
guy's
to
a
be
dumb as
returned from the
fuck.
state.
That's why though,
It is
really?
annexed to
Yeah.
it a certificate of authority
It's a
from
call
the
to
state
violence
purporting to
against
appoint
POA.
or ascertain electors.
Like,
What does that have to do with the?
President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maine seems to be regular in form and
I'm about to
authentic.
fuck up everything.
I don't know. It's
Joseph
it is
R. Biden
weird
Jr.
because
of the state of Delaware.
I don't know what that has to do with
president,
Like,
yeah.
Donald J. Trump
who cares?
of Florida.
Like a legacy.
Imagine a single person seeing that and being like,
Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3
not
votes for
PogChamp.
Vice President, and
That
Michael
guy's
R.
a
Pence
dumbass.
of Indiana
Like, who cares?
received 1 vote
Yeah, who
for
cares?
Vice President.
Depends on.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Maine that the teller has verified?
I haven't even
Appears
looked
to
at
be
Reddit today.
regular,
I'm sure
informed,
Reddit
and
went
authentic?
nuts.
Oh yeah. Popped off.
Hearing none. This certificate from Maryland
Welcome back.
advised me is the only certificate of vote from that state. Purports
You haven't
to be
heard what
returned
happened
from the
today?
State as annexed.
Andreas, you're not gonna like this.
Purporting to appoint or
Capital?
ascertain election.
Yeah.
No, not that. It's way bigger than that.
Yeah. The capital is rated.
Not that.
Rated.
Bigger than that.
Borkhole.
I heard that.
PogChamp got removed from Twitch today.
Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware.
Yeah.
not
The Twitch.
Ten
The
votes for
email.
president.
Yeah, I got.
PogChamp is gone.
State of California.
Repeat, this is not a drill. PogChamp is gone.
Not a drill. Repeat. This is
What about Poggers?
Poggers is fine. Don't worry about Poggers. Poggers is safe. She's in an unknown location somewhere else where no one can get to him or her.
Not being political.
She's watching Teletubbies on a TV in a soft room. Nothing political about it.
Why'd they remove PogChamp?
Because,
They replace it?
no, like the PogChamp guy said some like dumb Trump shit. Pretty much. What exactly did he say that was an incite to violence, though?
Said, are we going to allow this
Oh, yeah.
executed?
Yeah, that was actually pretty bad.
Yeah.
He's like, are we gonna allow, what was it, something MAGA martyr
Yeah.
to die in vain? Yeah. Or are we gonna do something about it or some shit like that?
Hearing none. This certificate from Michigan.
First of all, he called it
Parliamentarians
execution.
advise is the only
Yeah.
that state.
Which
It
is.
purports to be returned from the
You
state
think?
and has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the
Now they
state
know how black people
purporting to
feel.
appoint or ascertain
It's crazy.
electors.
Hopefully that'll be good for understanding of causes.
Mr. President, the
Dude, I wanna make some
certificate
food.
of the electoral vote of the state of Michigan seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph
make
R.
some food
Biden
or do you
Jr.
want
of the
some
state of
That'll
Delaware
make
That was
some.
wild on the
received
house.
16 votes for president, and Kamala D.
speech.
Harris.
Yeah, that was cool. I want to watch that
11
again. That guy's a
received
nut
16
job.
votes for vice president.
What an absolute
For what
fucking
reason does the
lunatic.
gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, I, along with 70 of my Republican colleagues,
Yeah.
object to
Wait.
the counting of the electoral votes for the state of Michigan on the grounds that
They're
the
objecting
error
to
rate
Michigan.
exceeds the FEC rate allowed at
Oh my
0.0008%. And that the
All right,
people
please, Mike
signed
Pence, shut
by
this shit down again.
the perjury
You nailed it once.
their
Shut it down
voices
again,
not be
Mike.
heard in a court of law.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the U.S. Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
The objection is writing, not signed by a senator.
In that case, the objection cannot be entered.
Let's go! Not signed by a senator. Fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out.
Fuck out of here. Everybody's clapping, dude. It's like a baseball game.
Dude, the
Are
senators
there
are
any
like.
further objections to
I
counting
love
the
it, dude.
certificate of
Senators
vote
are
of the
popping
state of
off.
Michigan?
Keep objecting, bro. Mike Pence is the vanguard with his rules.
The certificate the teller has verified
Trump's gonna
appears
kill
to be
him.
regular in form and authentic. Hearing no further objections.
Yeah, dude, this guy's getting
This
executed
certificate
when
from
he gets
Minnesota.
I guess, like, theoretically, all he would have to do is not, like, abide by these rules, and then Trump would have, like, a stronger
Annexed
case,
to a
but
certificate from
Mike Pence just
authority
isn't doing that.
purporting to appoint
I don't know what happens at that point. I don't know if you can challenge, like,
The certificate
person presiding
of the
over it.
electoral vote of the state of Minnesota seems to be
Those
regular
50
in
senators
form
are like,
and
"Fuck this,
authentic,
dude. I wanna go home."
and it appears
I know.
therefrom that Joseph
For real. That is why
of the state of Delaware received 10 votes.
that's
for
definitely why they're clapping.
the state of
50 Republican
California
ones, yeah.
Like, do not make us stay here for 2 more
Are
hours.
there any objections to counting
Literally
the certificate
every
of the
member
vote of
is
the state of
spamming
Minnesota that the
/FF
teller
right
verified
now.
appears to be
Yeah.
regular in form and
/FF
authentic?
enter is just being mashed on their keyboards.
Hearing none. This
Did I go
certificate from
cheer?
Mississippi, the parliamentarians advise, is the only
Good.
certificate of vote from that state.
Cog.
Do you want to make
Purports
us
to be
cry?
returned from the
I'm
state
going
as
AP
annexed to it
Cog.
a certificate
Yeah,
of
I
authority
liked
of the
you
state
a lot.
purporting to
think?
appoint
I
and
could just
ascertain
rush
electors.
chapter and Derialize. I think that would be good.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Mississippi seems
I
to
don't
be
think I-
regular,
I
informed,
don't think I
and
need it.
authentic.
Could just go
And it
both.
appears therefrom
You
that
know?
Donald J. Trump
All
of
right,
the
let's
state
go
of
tier.
Florida
No, you don't
received
need
6
to.
votes.
Okay.
Gonna slow you down.
And
But
Michael
Okay.
Pence of the state
Slow
of
me down, but
Indiana
that's okay.
received
Okay, I missed everything.
for vice president.
Are there any
Oh my
objections
God.
to
I didn't
level
counting
my
the
abilities,
certificate of
that's
vote
why.
from the state of Mississippi that
My
the
bad.
tellers
Oh my God.
You're dead.
appears to be
Amen.
regular, informed, and authentic?
Got him.
Hearing
Nice.
none. This
there's our
certificate from
Arcadian traps. I was
Missouri, the
scared.
parliamentarans advise, is the only certificate of vote
Nazis
from the
again?
state that purports to be a return from the
Janet,
state
Nona.
that has annexed to
Oh
it
my
a certificate from an
Oh my
authority of
God.
the
We have
state
no
purporting
tank.
to appoint or ascertain electors.
Brand.
Yeah.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the
Great.
state of Missouri
It's
all
seems
up
to
to
be
this- it's
regular,
all up to this
informed,
Dia
and authentic,
Caitlin.
and it appears therefrom that
And I'm
Donald
pretty
J. Trump
distracted, I'm not
Not
gonna
our
lie.
best players.
received 10 votes for president.
I'm also quite distracted. Don't let that be
Received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Missouri that the tellers verified appears to be regular and authentic?
So bad.
Hearing none. This certificate from Montana, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate from the state that
Wait, Trump's
purports to
from
be a return
Florida?
from the state.
Holy shit,
that
that
has
makes so
annexed
much
to
I think he's from New York, but he lives in Florida.
Yo,
That would make sense.
ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Montana
Yo,
seems to be
that
regular,
W.
informed, and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes. for
Wait,
president.
how are you so ahead of me? What the
Michael R.
fuck?
Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
It really
Are there
hurt
any
my
objections to
feelings.
counting the certificate of the vote of
What
the state
stream are you watching? CNBC?
teller verified appears to be regular,
Trap money,
informed, and
Benny.
authentic?
You.
C-SPAN. It's
Hearing
just on
none.
Twitter.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, you're like way ahead of me. This is horseshit.
Parliamentarians advise is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a
You can
return
what?
from the state
C-SPAN,
that has annexed to it
Twitter.
a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Oh God, please don't hit me.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nebraska seems to be regular.
Will not be behind. And Caitlin just said tomorrow is now. That's kind of crazy.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
It's just not true.
Oh my god. Yo, it's happening.
Wait, what?
55 representatives stand up.
Oh, it might be alright. Hold on.
Any objection be
Stand up,
presented in
wait,
writing
what?
and signed by a member of the House of Representatives.
Hold on, I gotta turn this shit up.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a member?
Let's see if it's signed, dude.
Mr. President, it is in writing, but unfortunately,
All right,
no United
then shut the fuck up.
has joined in this effort.
Cool, then shut the fuck up. Talk to you later, dude.
Are you streaming, Elijah?
Yeah.
In that case, the objection cannot.
But here, the audio is like fucky. Just type in C-SPAN Twitter. Go to C-SPAN's Twitter. Just watch it there.
Are there any further
There's no
objections
delay.
to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Nevada that the teller has verified appears to be regular, informed, and authentic?
They're I think they're about halfway through the certifying everyone. And there's been like 2 more objection attempts that have just been slammed.
That purports to be
Actually 3.
the state has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Fuck me.
Mr. President, the
Holy shit!
state of New Hampshire seems to be regular, informed, and authentic.
Oh my God, dude.
Biden Jr.
Oh,
of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala
No,
Harris
I just
of the
don't
state
have
of
enough
California.
I know, that's exactly how I felt. It's like if I had any more damage, I were fucked.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Hampshire? The teller is verified appears to be regular, informed, and authentic.
Yeah.
This certificate from New Jersey, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state. Annexed to it a certificate of authority in the state.
I was like, somebody block it, that's fine.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Jersey seems to be regular.
I'm clean with it.
and it appears therefrom
Bang,
that
bang.
Joseph R. Biden Jr.
Dude,
of the
you
state of Delaware received 14
done it
votes
again.
for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4
I'm nasty with it.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate?
I am both clean and nasty.
Tellers verified appears to be regular, informed, and authentic.
Oh yeah, dude, you cannot go in the grass.
I didn't even think about it. I was on the phone, so I
Yeah.
wasn't thinking at all. Walking around, and I was like,
This certificate from New Mexico.
Ryan, if you don't just turn your mic down.
Certificate of vote from the state purports to be a return from the state, and then is annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President,
Oh, my eat-in pop.
of the electoral vote of the state of New Mexico seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 5 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 5 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the state of New Mexico that the teller
bro.
has verified appears to be
That
regular?
Aatrox just ran our dick down, dude. Oh god. Alright.
Hearing none,
That was rough.
this certificate
That was
from New York,
what they call brutal.
the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the
We
state.
need anti-heals.
Annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New York seems to be regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 29 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New York that the tellers verified appears to be regular in form and authentic?
Dude, they gotta stop doing that to us. That shit, not cool.
Hearing none, this certificate from North Carolina, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state.
No, my
that
E didn't
purports to
fucking
be a
come
return
back.
from the
Did
state.
y'all see they removed the PogChamp
Annexed
emote?
to it a certificate
Yeah, we just talked about it.
purporting to
What the
appoint and
hell?
ascertain electors.
That shit is the opposite of Pog, ironically.
The electoral vote of the state of North Carolina seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 15 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 15 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of
Like, it's
vote
in the
of the
middle
state
of
of
the
North
freaking-
Carolina? Tellers verified appears to be regular in form and authentic.
No, it's okay.
This certificate from North Dakota, the parliamentarians advise me
Okay.
is the only certificate
Well
of vote
played.
from the state. It purports to be a return
Well
from
played.
the state. That is annexed to
Could have done that in a different order.
authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Dakota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to
I'm
counting the
quite
certificate of vote for the state of North Dakota that the teller is verified?
I got
as regular.
hosed so hard just now. And it sucks I have to redo this.
I'm just like
This
getting
certificate from
clapped.
Ohio, the parliamentarians advise is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state. As annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Ohio seems to be
Dude, Eamon
regular
Klobuchar's voice is so fucking annoying and Jewish.
and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 18 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 18
Holy shit.
Are there any objections to
Oh,
counting the
man.
certificate of vote from the state of Ohio? The teller has verified as regular in form and authentic.
The AA
Hearing none, this certificate from Oklahoma, the parliamentarians advise is the only certificate of vote from that state. Purports to be a return from the state. As annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oklahoma seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 7 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oklahoma that the teller has verified to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, This certificate from Oregon, the parliamentarians advise, is the only
Yeah, he did.
certificate of vote.
I can't believe
from
that
the
hits
state
me.
that
It hits
purports to
you.
be returned from the
Oh,
state
so far.
as a certificate of authority from the state annexed to it to appoint and ascertain electors.
This brand is so frustrating to play against.
The electoral vote of the state of Oregon seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that
We're still just
Joseph R. Biden
massacring,
Jr. of
it
the state
feels
of
like,
Delaware
which is what we need
received
to do
7
now.
votes
If
for
Nasus
president,
gets strong enough.
and Kamala
He's just fucking munching me.
received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of
Why is my
vote?
phone not plugged in? Oh my god.
Teller has
Don't worry,
verified
guys.
as
I
regular
bought
form and
anti-doom.
authentic.
I got it.
Hearing none. This certificate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned to the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority in the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris.
I know I can't fuck with this guy. This guy's outplaying the shit out of me with his moves.
For what reason does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Uh-oh, here we go.
President, sadly,
Dumbass Pennsylvania guy standing up.
to the electoral votes of
Here we go.
Commonwealth of Pennsylvania
Everybody
on
buckle
the
up.
grounds of
Who time?
constitutional infractions that they were not under
Who time?
circumstances regularly given. And on this occasion, I have a written objection signed by a senator
No.
80 members of the House of Representatives.
What?
Wow.
Is the objection in
80
writing
people.
and signed by a senator?
Yes, Mr. President, it is.
An objection
Fuck.
presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law. Chapter 1, Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
Oh no.
Oh my God.
No.
United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives object to the counting of the
Which state is
electoral
this?
votes of the state of Pennsylvania
Pennsylvania.
on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed,
I should have pressed
Josh
F.
Farley, United States Senator.
Oh
Scott
my
Perry,
gosh, these people are
member
so
of
annoying.
Congress.
Why are they doing this?
Objections to the certificates from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Oh my god.
The chair hears none.
Everybody there is like so fucking probably pissed off right now.
Each house will deliberate separately on the.
It's like you're about to leave work and they're like, no wait, you have 2 more hours of shit to do.
The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
Also, your country's in jeopardy. Also, your entire country's in jeopardy too. Oh fuck. Thankfully, none of this means anything. Like, there's no way any of it ever goes through. But
It's just like, why the inevitable delay, you know?
yeah, it's such a fucking waste of time. It's virtue signaling at its finest. I can only imagine how pissed.
With our dollars.
Thankfully, I don't think they're hourly.
They choose their budget.
They don't get enough money. They're like, I want more. Like, all right, I want some more.
But
Let's
then
talk
they don't
about
get
that.
reelected, so. They,
Oh, this is so bad.
This is so bad, dude. We have no tank. They're getting beefy, dude. No tank, beefy. That's it.
I fucking.
That's it.
No, we got it, dude. We just gotta. We have to poke first. We can poke out their tanks and then go in.
We have to play as 5.
True.
Dude, my YouTube recommendations are just like spammed with fucking political bullshit.
Political.
Like CNBC.
Bro, Destiny is still streaming. He's been streaming all day.
That's what he does every day. His life.
Yeah, but literally all day.
That's what he does every day.
I mean, I feel like he would have a lot to cover right now today.
Dude, he's just been like talking about his computer build. watching a video of his computer being built.
He was kind
And
of
you're
going back
watching
and
live
forth,
coverage
but
on C-SPAN of
it
the
kept getting so
Electoral College
interesting.
certification by the Congress. This was a joint session by the House and Senate. There have been objections throughout the evening, including to Georgia, Nevada, and Michigan. However, both a representative and a senator need to sign those objections to the certification.
Yeah, they
if
don't really have an
want to
engage
debate
tool.
it.
As long as we can
Those
avoid the
did not have
Aatrox
Senate
engage or the brand
signatures.
engage, I think we just poke them out.
had a Senate signature and 80
That
House
hurt.
members. So,
Or we have no tank, and then he just throws it right at your face.
to the Senate
need
chamber.
someone to do it
The
to
House will
Trace
debate the Pennsylvania certification. The Senate will
We're standing
debate
right on top
the
of
Pennsylvania
each other.
certification. You'll watch live coverage
have a
of the
timer,
Senate on
so-
C-SPAN 2 and the House on
We're losing this
C-SPAN.
poke game.
After that,
What do you
there are
think?
still
I'm dead.
12 states to get through. There are no predicted objections to those 12 states. Throughout the evening now, we're going to be taking your calls, getting your reaction to today's events up at the Capitol and also the certification process. This is live coverage on C-SPAN. Now back to the House.
Brand's 1v5ing us.
Literally, this guy's a god.
And he has a fucking Nasus protecting him.
I just can't imagine the COVID breakout from the entire. Like, that's crazy, man. Bro, it's been 30 minutes.
We don't have enough beef to like get us through this part of the game when we're all weak. Everyone on our team is weak compared to Aatrox and Nasus.
True.
We need to CC them, but we don't really have CC either.
Yeah. I feel like that is actually the bigger issue.
That's the big problem.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we could all get all of our items, and we could work to try to outplay them on even playing field, but they're just so much stronger than us right now.
Go.
Hey, go ahead, son. Come here.
So that next push, we just win
Yeah,
one push and we win the game. We just
Over here,
fucking
like-
screwed.
Oh wow, we have Inhib. I didn't even realize that. Pretty far.
Superman's super huge. We're gonna get inspired.
Here, Mike.
Oh no.
Got him.
Got him.
Got you, bro.
Not even close.
Mike. Mike. Mike.
We get this,
Look. Mike.
What is happening?
No clue.
We should probably push for Inhib. They have 2 up. Nasus will be up in 4. Stone and Janet up.
On hit effects, work on purple lit for auto this gen.
Work on what?
Fucking.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, you're here,
Flash.
dude?
Yeah, I did not know he was over there.
It was supposed to be a.
You can just walk at us,
blackout.
remember?
That was my bad.
Fuck.
Oh. Yeah, we gotta go all the way back or we'll lose here.
Yes, sir.
I'm throwing the bombs down.
So we stalled them.
True. 15 seconds.
Oh no, I've been.
10 seconds. Oh god. You're done. 5, 4, 3.
Wow, he killed me fast as hell.
Uh-oh.
I thought maybe I could do a little damage to him, but I was foolish. Not to elocutioner. Elocutioner. Not to the elocutioner. It's a cool name, actually.
Yeah, it was a pretty cool name.
That is
can you hold
fuck.
on back up? Oh, no. Got an idea. But it's gonna cost some money.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1,
Got some armor pin. Is that gonna cost some money?
the House will be in order.
That's what I'm trying to.
Thank you.
Am I gonna
Pursuant
die?
to Senate
Holy
Concurrent
shit.
Resolution 1 and
Dude, these
Section
guys are fucking outplaying the shit out of us.
United States Code.
Alright, we're good.
When the two houses
God.
withdraw from the joint session, session to count the electoral
House
vote
will
for
be in
separate
order.
consideration of an objection.
Pursuant to
A
Senate
representative
concurrent
may speak
resolution
to the
1.
objection
God, what is
for 5
happening?
minutes and not more than once. Debate shall not exceed
Damn.
2 hours, after which the chair shall put the question, shall the objection be agreed to? The clerk will report the objection
Wow, I really need to
made
die.
in joint.
Buck, you ever been in like a chapter meeting that's like gone on way too long?
Of the House of
Fuck yeah, all the
Representatives
time.
object to the counting of the
Dude, I feel like
votes of the state of
I
Pennsylvania.
feel like this is like that except times a million.
All of the known
Yeah, dude,
circumstances
no, this is the big boy
regularly
leagues.
given.
This is the big boy
Signed,
leagues
Josh
of,
Hawley
oh my fucking god.
and Scott Perry.
It's like, please, why are you saying the same fucking thing that the same 3 people before you said?
Yeah, dude. Like, listen to the conversation before you make
Before you start saying, yeah, we already covered all of that. Every single part of that we covered
Before I
in a
recognize
slightly different way.
Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
the House will be in
Like, the
order.
verbiage is slightly
chair
changed and it's in
recognizes
your
the
tone of
gentleman
voice.
from
Like, that's
Pennsylvania,
the
Mr.
only
Perry.
It's the only thing you're adding to this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a somber day
I don't
for the
vote for a
defense of the
minute.
Constitution. See, the Constitution is just a piece of paper. It cannot defend itself. That is why our leaders swear an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, and that's what I'm doing here this
Oh, I'm
evening.
dead, I think.
The Constitution states
Wait, we're just gonna get run. No, I'm going on the back line.
the holding elections shall be prescribed by the legislature.
What is this Sona's build?
The Secretary of State or other
She has an Asher's tooth.
officials, the legislature.
She has an Asher's
In
tooth.
Pennsylvania, the Supreme
No.
Court unilaterally extended the deadline for ballots to 3 days after the election. They actually wanted 10.
Oh, hey, look at this, a Republican. A Republican who's objecting to the electoral votes with a mask beneath his nose.
Of all the votes
Let's
that were
go.
cast timely.
Kick him out.
The Supreme Court action defies the
Surprising,
law,
surprising.
the legislature, and the will of the people. The Supreme Court authorized the use of drop boxes.
Looking great, a fucking retard.
The legislature
Good job, guy.
never authorized that
Let's
form
wake
of
up and
voting,
make a
and the
career-ending
court had
move.
absolutely
Let's
no
go.
right to do so. Responding to the Secretary
Where are
of
those
State, Kathy
giant shields
Bookvar,
coming from?
the Supreme Court ruled that mail-in ballots need not authenticate signatures. Once again, the court not only defied the Constitution,
Damn it, I want to eat, but I don't want to miss this.
by so doing, they created a separate
This boy's
class of
spitting,
voters.
bro. But his
Equal protections clause prescribed in the Constitution.
Aatrox is invincible.
How can we have 2 legally separate
Oh my
classes
God.
of voters?
Take, like, 3
Yet the
shots
court
in the
made it so,
fountain.
not
I
the
literally-
legislature. The
I
Constitution
unloaded on
doesn't
him for
mention
like
the court
5
when determining the
seconds, and I just
time,
did
place, and
nothing.
manner of elections because they're not authorized to make those decisions, and yet they did it. And the U.S. Supreme Court has refused to hear the case, denying the evidence and denying the demands for justice from the people of Pennsylvania and America. These aren't my opinions. These aren't partisan viewpoints. These are irrefutable
1,000
facts.
stacks.
6 days before the
That's
election,
crazy.
guidance
Yes,
emailed from the
dude. Oh
Secretary
my
of State
God.
required that counties
Still
shall
don't
not
do anyone need
pre-canvass or
to,
canvass
as much damage
any
as
mail-in or
planned.
civilian absentee ballots received
I don't
between
think it would have
8 o'clock
mattered,
Tuesday
but
and
if I
5
had had the
o'clock
right
Friday,
masteries
and that
there,
they
it would
must
have been
be
a little
kept
bit better.
separately. That was
I
6
think
days
Vince
before the
to save,
election.
so I had
2
electric
days
cue.
before the election, county received new guidance from the Secretary of State informing counties that they shall canvass segregated
Damn it, I want to
absentee
eat.
ballots as soon as possible upon receipt.
I don't want to watch
Secretary of
this.
State is not elected
Wanna
by the people.
munch,
She is
dude.
not a member of the legislature.
I
Yet
wish to
she,
consume.
and she
I
alone,
wish to consume.
determine the time and
I've
manner
been
of
jacked in for every moment since I woke up.
ladies and gentlemen.
I've been
In
at
defiance of the
this
U.S.
fucking
Supreme
Senate.
Court order that all ballots
wish
received
to
after election
Elijah,
day
I
Full
found your
house.
white claw.
the Secretary of State knew once
What?
they were canvassed, that
Look in
is,
the meme chat.
opened and commingled with all the other ballots, they would be counted with all the rest. And what's the remedy for this defiance, for this law breaking?
I told you it was a
far,
frat
the court
party.
has decided there is no remedy. There is no penalty
Damn.
for this lawlessness, this dilution of
That looks like you,
of
dude.
lawfully cast votes.
Dude, that
This
guy's way too
defiance
cool
of
to
the
be me. What the fuck?
No remedy. When the state legislature requested the governor convene a special session to address the unanswered questions and try and provide a remedy, he refused. When votes are accepted under unconstitutional means without fair and equal protection for all, the only result can be an illegitimate
All right, one more,
outcome.
and then I'll make food.
Illegitimate. The
Ah,
vote
that was
did not
fast.
create this mess, but the will of the
Got
people
two
is
Nassuses in a
absolutely
row,
being
dude.
subverted by the deliberate and willful actions of individuals defying their oath, the law, and the Constitution. In Pennsylvania, we use the statewide Uniform Registry of Elections
Run it back.
and the SURE system as the basis of the
Come on, Block. Take your cog. Take the whoever had the graves. Take the graves. We're running it back.
Democrat State Auditor General concluded that he was unable
Trying
to
again.
establish with any degree of reasonable assurance that the SURE system is secure and that Pennsylvania voter registration records are complete and accurate. That's what we're relying on, ladies and gentlemen. That right there. This is the very same system used to certify the election in the contest for President of the United States. This is the very same system that the state used to certify the 2020 election, even though its figures do not match more than half of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. To this day, right now, while we stand here, how can this election be certified using a system that after 2 months still displays that over 205,000 more votes were cast in Pennsylvania than people who voted in the November election? Let me say that again. 205,000 more votes than voters.
Time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, to my colleague from Pennsylvania, I will say this. I carry the same Constitution that you do. And the Constitution, sir, does not allow you, me, or any member of this body.
I don't know who this brother is, but he's about to spit. Brian, you catching
The
this?
American people. It does not allow us to disregard the will of the American people. Because under this Constitution, under our Constitution, Congress doesn't choose the president. The American people do. And they have chosen in resounding numbers, as every single member of this body well understands. Now, I have been at a loss, Madam Speaker, to explain what happened today, but there's a statement that I found that largely summarized my thoughts on the matter. The scenes of mayhem unfolding at the seat of our nation's government are a sickening and heartbreaking sight. This is how election results are disputed in a banana republic, not our democratic republic. I am appalled by the reckless behavior of some political leaders since the election and by the lack of respect shown today for our institutions, our traditions, and our law enforcement. The violent assault on the Capitol and the disruption of a constitutionally mandated meeting of Congress was undertaken by people whose passions have been inflamed by falsehoods and false hopes. Insurrection could do grave damage to our nation and our reputation. In the United States of America, it is the fundamental responsibility of every patriotic citizen to support
Cease your dancing.
of law. To those who are disappointed in the results of the election, our country is more important than the politics of the moment. Those are not my words. Those are the words of former Republican President George W. Bush. To my colleagues, it is after midnight tonight. It's been a long day for our country.
No, it's not. Oh,
A long day for our republic. Let us
They're in West Coast, right?
Let's do the right thing. Let's honor our oath.
I wanna go
Let's certify the results.
That's literally what he's saying.
12:30. I'm trying to get my ass to bed, and we're still at it.
My wife was planning on having a sexy night after.
Speaker, our duty today is significant but straightforward. We must count the votes of the electors.
What a cool story to have as one of these Congress
and
people.
announce the results. As
Aw.
discussed, our roles and responsibilities are established by the Constitution and federal law, and they're clear. The facts
What?
before us are also clear.
Damn, this guy is ahead, bruh.
One slate of electors.
Damn, this guy got first blood, bruh.
Voters of the state. The slate was certified according to state law.
Please don't.
Those lawful results must be counted.
Please
and
don't.
announced. Despite disinformation and any number of false claims that you may have heard, including here
did it?
today, as former Attorney General Barr said, quote, "We've not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election." This is not simply a conclusory statement. The results of the election have been litigated. The record is clear. The lawsuits challenging the election results failed. They failed because there's simply no evidence to support these baseless claims. Now, it's one thing to tweet a belief, quite another to provide actual evidence. These cases fail because there is no evidence. Judges ruled in the lawsuit that the 2020 election was sound.
She's slamming Trump right now.
That's
Republican
crazy,
office
man.
holders have
Representative Zoe Lofgren slams Donald Trump.
determined in an
Slams
election
them.
Slams Donald Trump.
He
securely
slammed him,
within
dude. He
boundaries.
strike slammed him.
We all take
Welcome
an
to the
oath to
jam.
support and defend the Constitution.
The space
and as
jam.
we near the
Oh,
end
yeah.
of the task before us, let's remember the beginning of the Constitution. Before Article 2 in the 12th Amendment,
We the
which
people.
spell out the Electoral College, and before Article 1, which creates Congress, the Constitution
That is crazy, man.
begins
This
with the
president is
preamble.
literally
The
like
preamble
told
is
people,
short
hey,
and
like this is
bold.
okay.
We,
This is
the
fine to do
people.
this.
This
The
is
people
crazy.
spoke in
That
historic numbers.
undermined
Their
the global
votes have been
pandemic as
counted.
well.
Their choice is
I mean, he told him to go home, and then Twitter deleted his tweet. So
What's crazy? I've been watching the documentaries of like World War II
violence
and how
and
everything kind of
disorder
happened.
inflicted
Like I know the
on
story,
our
obviously, but
democracy by
that's like my
seditious
fucking crack
rioters
sometimes.
today is
And
an
it just shows like
indication of why
how
adherence
this is
to our
literally how Hitler got
Constitution
into
is
power.
so
Like the same
vital.
thing.
yeah, I think I've heard recently. I don't know from firsthand experience, but I've heard that like apparently Hitler wasn't like this like mastermind that everyone thinks he is.
No, I don't
He
think
just
he
like
was at
lucked
all.
into it, and like
Yeah.
was like a dumb piece of shit. Also, well, no, right place, right time, depending on who you are, I guess.
It basically was like there was no like
Right for
strong
him.
resistance we had because of our democracy to it. But man, like
Yeah, they didn't. There wasn't like a constitution that kind of keeps everything on rails. Thank God. It's insane how fucking strong it is. This is the test, like to see if it fails, and it looks like it's not gonna fail. Like, but this is the test. Like, this is as far as it's ever been stretched.
yeah.
We must all
Since like literally 1776.
Metro Police for their selfless actions
Or,
today, putting
the
their
last
safety
Civil
and
War
lives
we
on the
had.
line to protect
Yeah.
this house. The lawlessness and violence of today must be condemned, just as all violent protests must be condemned. Nevertheless,
Man,
the
this
fact
is basically
remains
keeping
a
egos
large
in
number of
check.
Pennsylvanians are enormously frustrated with actions taken by elected and appointed
This
officials
boy needs to just
in
pull his damn
Pennsylvania,
mask all the way
which
up
have
so he
led
can
to
stop
a
pointing it
high
down.
level of distrust for this past election. We have the United States Constitution, which is the reason we have been and will continue to be a
Pull it
great
up, pull it up.
country and a country of law.
Thank you.
The U.S. Constitution is unambiguous, Madam Speaker, in declaring that state legislators are the entity with the authority to set election
champ is
procedures and to
busted,
enact any changes to election law.
And the other
Article
champ
1,
is
Section
dead.
4, Clause 1 states the times, places, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof.
man, that's
The
crazy.
authority of election procedures lies with the state
I saved
legislator,
this.
period.
Kinda-
In Pennsylvania, this authority was
we're
indisputably
not- why are we
usurped
not safe?
by
I
the
don't feel
Pennsylvania's
safe.
governor's office,
Feel unsafe.
Pennsylvania Secretary of State, and by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. These unlawful actions include, but are not limited to, accepting ballots past 8 p.m. on Election Day, inconsistent application of verified signature requirements for in-person ballots versus mail-in ballots, authorizing the curing of mail-in ballots with less than 24 hours' notice, leading to inconsistent preparedness between counties, and authorizing the use of unsecured drop boxes, which is not permitted in statute.
Oh
Such
wow.
unlawful actions are to be accepted. What do we have to look forward to next year? The Pennsylvania Secretary of State allowing online voting because it may be raining in Philadelphia?
This is like, I don't know if this is that bad of a point, honestly.
2005,
He kind of has a point on the other stuff, but the online voting stuff is a reach.
Democrats as they
Well, yeah, I mean, he's just trying to paint it in a light.
Yeah,
that, like,
he had me going there for a little bit until you said that.
presidential elections when a Republican won. And
But I mean, that's just an example.
quite well, actually, that the members of Congress
It's an example of like the way that the rules work.
One. Like what he should have been like, what's next? Like that
many of
happening
whom have
every
been
election time, you
disenfranchised
know?
in this process. This is their only opportunity to have this debate while the country is listening, and is appropriate to do so. Thank you for those words, Madam Speaker. They were appropriate then as they are now. If there is an American ideal that all citizens, regardless of party affiliation, can agree upon, it is that we must have election integrity. We should not certify these electors which were derived by unlawful actions and a result of inaccurate vote tallies. I yield the remainder of my time to Representative Joyce.
Bro, you just big mad. Shut up.
Bro, take your L in peace. Jesus
Bro,
Christ.
these are the sore losers, bro. Like of just competition or anything in life.
Just hold your fucking L.
As we consider the dark acts that transpired in this chamber today.
I never know what side the person is on, and then as soon as I find out, I'm like, oh, okay.
That violent,
So it's like
irrational attacks
they start saying some crazy shit.
cannot derail the constitutional responsibility that lies in front of us. This has always been about upholding the law. It's always
Not gonna
been
kill.
about protecting government of, by, and for the people.
That was a good ult.
Preserving the rule of law is more important than ever. We must.
Let's see if I can hit this crazy shit. Nope.
Unduly
That was crazy.
impacted the presidential election in Pennsylvania. Contrary to law, the Supreme Court extended the deadline for mail-in ballots.
I wonder if these arguments actually change anyone's mind about anything ever.
I think their point is that there are certain things that happen that shouldn't allow extra votes.
Yeah.
Which I kind of understand that, right?
That's like sure.
Yeah, it's like, okay, if the polling place closed at 8, why were their votes being accepted after 8 o'clock?
But also, like, why? Like, why does that? Why do you want less people to be voting? Like,
Yeah, exactly. Like, why would a less vote count
be better?
Yeah, exactly. That should even encourage. You should be more so encourring that, because that could give you the chance to actually have a more fair, so to speak,
more accurate. Yeah.
Yeah. As you just ultimately though you're just mad at the results.
Trust
I mean,
in
I don't
our
see
electoral
any.
system, and ultimately,
Clearly.
save our Constitution. At Gettysburg,
I love how every single person who stands up talks about saving the Constitution. No matter what else they say, they definitely talk about saving the Constitution.
People
politics
shall not perish from the earth.
Yeah, it's all about that fucking the optics of it, dude. The optics of saying like, save our Constitution. Like whatever you can do anything if it means you're saving the Constitution, right?
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nearly 7 million Pennsylvanians showed up to vote in the 2020 elections. They cast their votes for Democrats and Republicans up and down the ballot,
We got the
including
beef
the
now,
entire
boys.
U.S. House delegation,
We're the ones
entire
with the
state
beef.
House,
They don't
and
got the
half
beef.
of the
We
state
got
The
Senate,
beef boys.
and other
Who's
state
got the
local
beef?
races. Since the
got the
election,
beef.
there have
We
been
got the
allegations
beef.
of
We got
widespread
the
election fraud in Pennsylvania. But remarkably,
Nope.
the
We got the
20
beef.
suits filed by the Trump campaign, Pennsylvania Republicans, and others challenging the results in Pennsylvania have never claimed that there
This
was
isn't gonna work.
fraud.
Yo, the
Perhaps
far
that's
flank.
because attorneys can
No!
when they make unsubstantiated claims in
Oh my
court.
god.
That's where the rubber really meets the road. So,
Kept typing that like
if
so many
these
times.
lawsuits didn't claim election fraud,
Oh no, I do want
what
those.
did they claim?
Come back.
Most of the legal challenges to the presidential election in Pennsylvania question relatively small numbers of ballots that were allegedly tainted by technical violations. Even assuming that all these ballots had been cast for Joe Biden, throwing them out wouldn't have changed the result of the election.
That dude's way overextended.
Now, one exception is the lawsuit filed by one of our colleagues from Pennsylvania, Kelly versus Commonwealth, which would have thrown out all the mail-in votes cast in the 2020 general election on the grounds that Act 77, the state law allowing those votes, was unconstitutional. That suit would have disenfranchised 2.5 million Pennsylvanians.
Nobody's helping.
Let that sink in. 2.5 million Pennsylvanians would have had their votes
They're doing great.
nullified. Now, I want to
Can't
provide
see.
my colleagues with some background about the state law at the heart of this challenge.
Damn, bro, 4 people
In
dead total.
2019, the Republican-controlled state legislature approved Act 77, a bipartisan bill to reform the state's election laws, which instituted no-excuse mail balloting. Act 77 was
fucking
supported
baited
almost
me.
unanimously by
Jebaited.
Republicans in the state House and
Jebaited,
state
dude.
Senate. In fact, it was unanimous in the state Senate and all but 2 Republicans in the state House. Moreover, once this act was passed, Act 77 had a 120-day period
Still killed him,
where
though.
challenges
What a dumbass.
filed against the act if people thought it
That
was
looked like a clean combo
unconstitutional.
to me.
Well,
It was a
4
real
months went
class.
by, nobody files a challenge. In June 3rd, Pennsylvania had their primary under this new system. Nobody challenged.
Damn, we really just watching a C-SPAN.
It was only challenged in November.
I really am 25.
Results didn't get
I
the
really
results
am
they
25.
wanted
It's me,
at the
your
top
boy,
of the
the
ticket.
25-year-old.
Not
That's
surprisingly,
how I know.
this case was dismissed by the
The
Pennsylvania
C-SPAN used to be like, what the fuck? This is the worst. This news channel sucks trash. It's not even cool.
Another exception is Texas versus Pennsylvania. They asked the court to reject the results of the Pennsylvania contest, the presidential contest in Pennsylvania, and several other states. Millions of voters. 7 Republican members of the
I want to blast somebody.
U.S. House
So
delegation
anyway, I started
signed
blasting.
the U.S. House Republican brief in support of Texas versus
Oh
Pennsylvania.
no, I think the turret.
Well, I feel compelled
Take both.
to point out to
Let's
my
go.
colleagues that the same voters who sent them to the
They'll be free.
117th Congress cast their votes for the
This guy's having
president
trouble.
by marking the very same ballots, which were read by the very same ballot scanners and monitored by the very same election workers. Yet my colleagues who signed the brief only want to
Every single step.
presidential votes. This is illogical and inconsistent, colleagues, and I'm pleased to note that the Supreme Court rejected it as well. The fact is, the election
Dude, you got so many traps.
precedent scrutiny in the courts. I believe it's
A lot of
irresponsible
traps.
and undemocratic
It's a
to
guap,
argue
as they
today
say.
that the U.S.
Oh, shit, I needed that to save me.
presidential
Yeet.
election and
Oh,
second
my ult
guess
was
the
up.
will of the voters in multiple states, the decisions of numerous state and federal courts, including the Supreme Court, and the counts and
God, I got
recounts
hit by that
conducted by
knockout.
state election officials. There were 20 lawsuits filed in Pennsylvania challenging aspects of the Pennsylvania presidential election. In 19 of them, you got laughed out of court. The one case you won affected
Wait, we still
roughly
won that?
100
Oh my-
votes.
We're so
Joe
powerful.
Biden and Kamala Harris won by over 80,000. There has
Gentleman's time has expired.
Damn.
yield back.
What, for what?
Almost was spitting.
Gentleman
all
from
the way
Pennsylvania
across the
seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Gentleman is recognized. for
Support the
5
objection, big fat guy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening with a heavy
Let's hear
heart.
it.
The violence
Chomper.
that occurred today at the
Oh,
U.S.
no.
Capitol was senseless, destructive, and counter to our American values.
Thank you.
This past Sunday, each member of this body took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution. And while the path of least resistance, particularly following today's events, would be remaining silent, my oath to uphold the Constitution does not permit me to maintain silence.
This guy knows about taking the path of least resistance.
Not something
Oh,
proven.
Lord.
We've witnessed
No.
a systemic failure
You're
in the
kidding.
application of Pennsylvania's voting
Damn.
law when it comes to the 2020 general election. In late 2019, the Commonwealth revisited and modernized its election law with the Bipartisan Act 77. Granted, in late 2019, the Commonwealth legislature did
I want
not
to blast these guys with fucking ulties.
how COVID-19 would present challenges to voting. Despite that, it is not up to the governor, the secretary of the Commonwealth, nor the state Supreme Court to unilaterally create law. The election abuses to Pennsylvania Act 77 taken by the Pennsylvania executive branch and upheld by the Pennsylvania judicial branch were clearly unconstitutional and had an obvious, if not measured, impact on the 2020 election, particularly when it comes to the citizens' faith in the electoral process. Irregularities in Pennsylvania included uneven application of the law, ballot curing, ignoring signature validation requirements, using unsecure drop boxes, accepting ballots beyond the deadlines, and interfering with certified poll watcher access, among others. These actions were taken by the Commonwealth Governor and Secretary of State, where the Pennsylvania Supreme Court circumvented the authority of the state legislature.
I just want to send ults at them. I don't want to end the game until I ult them over and over again. I'm going to sit back here. I'm going to sit back here like a turret.
I
Hopefully
join
the game doesn't end.
many of my colleagues in Pennsylvania requesting the
I have
legislature
full coverage of their entire base.
conduct an investigation and audit to ensure such negligence will be prevented in future elections. I have serious concerns about how these irregularities in the
Yeah, let's
application
let
of the Commonwealth's
Sebastian just set
election
up
laws
infinite shrooms
will play
and
in
just
future
launch them at
elections.
them.
Only with equal application of the law will the voters of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have certainty in their election processes. And I remain committed to ensuring the voters receive
we gotta get
an electoral system
the
they
base.
deserve,
Get to the
where
base,
equal
boys.
application of the law
Wait.
is guaranteed. If our election integrity is compromised,
Are you getting tickled
we
a lot?
fail the very voters who have sent us
It did sound like it, didn't it?
Constitution. I yield the remaining time to the gentleman from Maryland.
Damn, Brian. Now that you mention, I haven't been tickled in a minute, bro. What's up? What are you doing?
Thank the gentleman for yielding.
What are you up to?
Bro,
The
that's
oath I
your
took
man's,
is very
bro.
simple. Madam Speaker, you
That's
administer
y'all's
it.
man's.
It's to support and defend the
I'm just
Constitution.
asking what you're up to.
Now, as
Use
you
the
walk back
shroom.
to the office building, you walk by that wall.
How is that there?
As when the various states
Oh.
accepted that
They
Constitution.
saw it.
And remember, when a state accepts the Constitution, it agrees to accept every part of the Constitution. It doesn't get to pick and choose. Pennsylvania was there when it was written. They were so enthusiastic about the Constitution, they approved it in 1787. My state, Maryland, is a little further down the wall, 1788. They were there when it was written.
Wow.
The clause that gave the legislature the power over the elections
We really
was
do be
there
making
when
it
they
happen.
accepted it. It's been there since. How dare the judicial branch
Damn, it's too little
or
too
the
late,
executive
bro.
branch of that
You already
state
accepted the Constitution.
usurp the legislative authority?
Oh,
Clear
that combo
violation
went
of the
weird.
Constitution. Now, we heard there's no evidence. Evidence? The Pennsylvania Supreme Court unilaterally
Wait, kill this fucking loser.
absentee and mail-in ballots. Does anybody contest that over here? Does it say the legislature did that? No, it doesn't. It says the court did it. That's a violation. That's what the Texas lawsuit was all about. We disadvantage other states when states like Pennsylvania,
All right, we won it.
executive branch and judicial
Good
branch,
game.
cheat
That was brutal.
on the Constitution. And that's what they did here. But there's more evidence. But wait, there's more.
There was a little bit of a compositional
The
objective.
Democrat Secretary of the
If I-
Commonwealth
There's
eroded
more.
integrity
He really said
by
it.
dismissing.
Dude, I'm kind of hyped on this guy. This guy's speaking like with a lot of energy. I don't want to leave anymore.
Does anyone here believe
A
the
lot of
Pennsylvania
people-
legislature
You
would have
said it
agreed to
again.
create a separate system for
putting life
mail-in
into
ballots
this
and in-person
dull
ballots?
experience.
That if you mail it in, you don't need a signature? But if you
Breathing
vote in
life
person,
into
you
it.
do, and it has to be authenticated? Of course not. The legislature clearly wouldn't
Pressing
have agreed
its
to that.
Its chest.
But that didn't
and
stop
breathing
the
life into it.
usurpation of constitutional authority.
I just realized these can both go up to 2 hours, so I need
This
to.
objection, and I ask unanimous consent to enter to the record the objection to
He needs
counting
a
the
cat.
electoral votes in the
Elijah,
state of
my
Arizona
wife
and
can
additional
bring
sites.
him
Without objection.
Madam Chair, my motion is in front
Without
of the table.
objection.
Thank you.
Block. Yeah, no level.
For
I'm out.
purpose
Good
does
night.
the gentleman
All
from
right, see
Pennsylvania
ya.
seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the
Are we
gentleman
playing
is
more or no?
recognized.
Oh shit! It's the crazy guy again.
Madam Speaker,
Wait, it's the crazy guy. This guy's nuts.
we will not be picking the president.
It's the 4chan guy.
For the people did that on November
This is a
3rd.
4chan guy?
Rather, tonight in this House, we will decide whether American democracy survives.
Listen to this
Let us
shit.
be under no
Whoa,
illusion.
dude.
These
Both
are the
sides fighting
stakes.
for the same thing.
If
Who's
this
right?
objection succeeds, and the will of 7 million
If everybody's right,
Pennsylvania
is nobody
voters is
wrong?
cast aside, it will be the end of our representative democracy.
Okay, never mind. This must not be
Now,
him. I think all white
There
guys
is
just
no
look the same.
reasonable debate
All white guys in
about
a
what
suit look the
happened in
same.
this election in Pennsylvania. 7 million
Never mind.
Pennsylvanians voted. Joe Biden won by over 81,000 votes.
Should I go make food now?
This was certified in 67 counties by bipartisan local elected officials, including Republicans, and every single court, whether the judge is a Democrat or a Republican, has reaffirmed this outcome. The objectors, however, claim we do not know the will of the people because the election in Pennsylvania was somehow conducted corruptly. Much of their objection centers around the state law passed in 2019, known as Act 77, that gives voters the option of expanded mail-in voting. Objectors are alleging that this law was somehow a brilliant plot by Democrats to disadvantage Republicans and rig elections. This is laughable. Here are the facts. Act 77 was a Republican-led effort in a Republican-controlled legislature. Literally every single
Wait,
Republican in
were
the Pennsylvania
you guys waiting
Senate
on me?
voted for it.
No, I said I was gonna go
And in
quick.
the state house, the vote among Republicans was
Okay.
150